this is a classic case of creating the problem and then offering a so-called solution. The fact of the matter is that the entire world knows that this ISIS organization, also known as ISIL, was created by the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Israel for the specific purpose of enacting regime change in Syria. President Obama is now using the situation that has been created by this ISIS organization to justify these military actions in Syria, which are as much aimed at President Assad of Syria ultimately as they are at ISIS. The other part of this involves the American people and their continued acquiescence to the President of the United States, and not simply this president, but a series of American presidents, in getting the United States involved in wars that the specific advice and consent and approval of the Congress, according to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The fact of the matter is Barack Obama knows that he can get away with this. He's had a series of predecessors who've gotten away with it, ranging from Lyndon Johnson to Richard Nixon to George W. Bush. So now it's a situation where the public has to stand up to him and tell their elected representatives they will not stand for any further American military involvement in that part of the world. And I think there needs to be, frankly, a set of congressional hearings, honest ones, which you're never going to see, to actually expose how this ISIS organization was created, who provided the funding, who provided the logistics, and why it is that this organization entered Syria and later Iraq, principally through the auspices of two American allies, Turkey, a NATO member, and Jordan were the two primary conduits of these ISIS forces into Syria. And, of course, when we analyze where these people are coming from, it's obviously what you have is a foreign mercenary army that has been recruited from a variety of countries around the world, deliberately introduced into Syria by the United States and Saudi Arabia and Israel for a very, very nefarious purpose, and that nefarious purpose is regime change in Syria as a prelude to a military attack on Iran, which is what Israel has wanted all along. This is the bottom line. The American people need not fall for this. They need to put enough pressure on the representatives to insist that if the President of the United States goes ahead with this, that he should be impeached.
To this CBS News clip where Obama gave some very interesting comments today regarding ISIS. He basically acknowledged that the growth of ISIS in Syria and Iraq came about as a result of the destabilization of Syria, which of course was a direct result of the US arming the moderate rebels against the Assad government. Obama didn't admit that in his quote, but he certainly went kind of a limited hangout some part of the way to acknowledging that situation. So here's the clip from CBS News.
End up where they are in control of so much territory. Was that a complete surprise to you?
Well, I think our head of the intelligence community, Jim Clapper, has acknowledged that I think they underestimated what had been taking place in Syria.
Obama is basically acknowledging that with the rise of jihadists, destabilization in Syria, of course in Libya as well, that's where terrorists thrive. But of course we know in Libya, they armed the jihadists. I mean, look at Libya now. It's a complete failed state. Drug lords, gangs of terrorist militants are running the country. You know, black people are locked up in concentration camps as a direct result of US airstrikes on Libya in 2011. We're seeing that same process again unfolding in Syria. So, you know, they destabilized the governments of Assad, of Gaddafi, the secular, mainly moderate, of course, they were proxy dictatorships in a sense, but there were no mass terrorist attacks, destabilization campaigns in Libya, in Syria, before the United States, the United Kingdom, and the NATO countries started arming these jihadist rebels. So Obama talks about, quote, jihadist nonsense in this CBS interview. They funded, they bankrolled, they armed the jihadist nonsense to begin with. The terrorists from Libya crossed into Syria to start that destabilization campaign. So I thought that it was interesting that, you know, he goes some way to acknowledging that the primary cause of the growth of ISIS was the destabilization of these countries without admitting to the fact that it was the United States foreign policy in alignment with NATO which was a deliberate attempt to create that destabilization in the first place, which of course led to Syria, led to the growth of ISIS, led to Benghazi, and basically this jihadist control over the region. David Knight.
I thought it was interesting that he's talking about jihadists from around the world. Just as I had mentioned, they were trying to sell the narrative about a month ago that there were 300 Americans that had gone over there to fight. Turns out it's not even that. Now they're admitting the FBI is saying maybe 12. That's hardly an international movement that we need to be concerned about. But it really shows, just look at the last couple of years. As we've been pointing out, the fake sarin gas attacks that they had a year ago, trying to lay that solely on the Syrian administration. And then earlier than that, there had been some other sarin gas attacks. And you had, after we were pointing out that there were reports that it was done by the Saudis, or reports that it was not from Assad, and there were reports that back earlier in the spring, it had been a homegrown sarin gas. And of course, they were trying to sell the narrative that only the Assad regime could have sarin gas. And at that point, you had even the American military join with UN inspectors and with Russian inspectors and saying, yeah, they do have the capability to do sarin gas. So that whole thing fizzled away, but they've looked for every kind of excuse they can to provoke an involvement of American forces in Syria, because their ultimate goal, as we've been told for a long time, is to take down the Syrian regime. That's one of the regimes on the list to be taken down.
And that's what the Saudi prince, Wesley Clark, the 7 countries to be taken down in the aftermath of 9/11, that's what the Saudi prince admitted earlier. The ultimate agenda behind targeting ISIS is to affect regime change in Syria, so that's now an open secret. We're going to switch now in the last 4 or 5 minutes in this segment to this foreign affairs piece, which of course is the publication of the CFR. It's the conversations that the elite are having with each other. You can see it here, the American distemper when polarization confronts the United States Madisonian check and balance political system. The result is devastating. And what this article is about, it's a 9-10 page article amidst a selection of other articles. It's basically almost half of the magazine for this September-October edition, is about the blind panic that the elite finds itself in as a result of the growth of the distemper, as they call it, the populist uprising. There you see it on the CFR website, America in Decay, the sources of political dysfunction. And it's talking about how they need to, here's a quote directly from the article, leaders must learn to co-opt, that's the key phrase, and channel popular passions, addressing political outsiders' legitimate grievances while bypassing their simplistic solutions. So they admit that this populist uprising, which mainly focuses on the decline in living standards in both the United States and Europe over the past 25 years, and the crisis in national identity as a result of mass immigration, it's a genuine issue. It's a legitimate concern that many people have. But what their solution to it is not to actually address the problem itself, but to hijack, to co-opt those populist uprisings endemic within the Tea Party, the UK Independence Party in the United Kingdom, and numerous other parties throughout Europe, the True Finn Party in Finland, Marine Le Pen in France, and several others. They need to hijack that. They need to divert it into separate channels so it gets shut down, so it gets closeted away, so nobody actually faces up to the problem. And it's amazing that they're admitting this. David Knight, how does this tie into what you've been researching earlier? We mentioned Catalonia and the wave of populist rebellion against the establishment system throughout Europe and the US.
Oh, yeah. A lot of small countries are wanting to basically take back their self-governance. We see this happening throughout Europe. There's pockets of it happening in America. We see dissatisfaction out in California, for example. Some of the counties there want to secede from the state of California because they have a different view of a lot of different issues, whether it's gun control or other issues. So this is something that is definitely happening, but we all need to remember that this is really kind of what they're talking about here is essentially like the COINTEL programs that we've seen in the past, where they go in and they take over any and every movement. They may come in and have some people who try to turn it into a violent movement, if it's a peaceful movement. They may come in and actually provoke things as agent provocateurs. We've seen that happen over and over again in the past. Or they may do what David Cameron did earlier, and that is they just come in and say, we're going to resort to outright censorship. We're going to shut you down that way. So they don't ever put all their eggs in one basket. They don't count on being able to completely shut people down. They want to also be able to covertly take over these movements, make them look bad, or completely take over the leadership of them.
In the past decade, we have witnessed unparalleled scientific discoveries in the area of health. But no one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. DNA Force is one of the most expensive formulas to produce. Some of the ingredients in DNA Force are $12,000 a kilogram. We are using the coveted, patented, only American source of PQQ, CoQ10, and more. You want the best that's out there at the lowest price anywhere? Well, we're bringing you a total win-win. The ultimate value, cutting-edge, trailblazing game changer that also supports the InfoWar. We have produced a limited run of DNA Force, and it will take up to 12 weeks to produce more once we sell out. Secure your DNA Force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA Force from InfoWars Life.
But for the moment, we're talking about this Foreign Affairs article, which is, of course, the CFR's publication. Basically, the CFR runs a State Department in the United States, as Hillary Clinton admitted. And they're talking about the populist uprising, both in America and throughout Europe. And this is interesting. I mean, I highlighted several passages of the article earlier today. Here's a quote. "And yet, when most Westerners hear the word democracy today, what they picture is a political atmosphere that is respectful, predictable, and a little staid, a system in which a small number of long-standing political parties alternate in government on a semi-regular basis, resulting in reasonably moderate changes to public policy." So basically, that is the CFR admitting their agenda to keep the two-party monopoly in place, both in the United States with the Republicans and the Democrats, and in the UK with the Tories and the Labour Party. The threat to that system in the UK is the UK Independence Party, and of course the Tea Party sentiment rising in some factions of the Republican Party in the United States. And basically in this article, they admit that, I mean, here's another quote. This you really need to get a hold of this if you can get your hands on the magazine. Quote, "To harness the passion of the populace to the cause of reinvigorating governance, but without helping them kindle the flames of an anti-democratic revolt." So they're admitting they need to harness the power of the populist uprising to reinforce the power of the state, which of course runs completely opposite to the goal of this populist uprising, which is to work towards smaller government, towards anti-statist objectives. So the fact that they're talking about, you know, co-opting this movement to increase the power of the state, and later they talk about wealth redistribution, is absolutely amazing that it's so brazen in the CFR's own publication. David Knight, your comments on this?
We've already seen that, Paul. We've seen it with both the Tea Party as well as with the Occupy movement, that both of the mainstream political parties have moved in to co-opt those movements, to take them over. They're born out of frustration, fundamentally, both of them, with the banking system and the abuses of the central banks and the very large, powerful banks that are too big to jail, as Eric Holder put it. That was the initial movement of the Tea Party, where they came out, by some people's account, 500,000 people went to Washington to protest the banker bailouts. And of course, the left's Occupy movement is also upset about what the bankers are doing. So what they do is both parties try to co-opt that. Both parties try to shut that down. The Republicans don't want to see Tea Party candidates elected. They've got their own mainstream candidates who, very much like the situation in Hong Kong, are vetted by the elitists. China wants to vet any candidate that appears on the ballot in Hong Kong. That's why you've got thousands of students protesting, and that's now turned into a violent protest, whether that was started by agent provocateurs or whether it was started by the police or whether it was just some hotheads Who knows? Because we've seen that happen as well. We've seen agent provocateurs and COINTEL programs. That is essentially what's happening, but very often we don't hear that admitted in America. That's what's unusual about this, is that the CFR, which essentially has controlled the State Department in America since its creation, even though Reagan wasn't a member of the CFR, the first president since its foundation to not be a member, he subsequently appointed 300 people from the CFR into the State Department.
It's amazing. We're going to get more into this after the break. We're going to take your calls. John Rappaport is coming up to talk about Ebola and the CDC whistleblower. This is the Alex Jones Show live, Infowars.com. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the Crisis in Iraq program here at New America. My name is Fuzz Hogan, Managing Editor here at New America. I have not been to Iraq, but I have spent enough time at CNN to have served there during both Iraq wars from the safety of a newsroom in Atlanta. I also, for a time in the early 2000s, oversaw the investigation into Al-Qaeda for CNN. So I've got some familiarity from the days when Zarqawi was the connection between Al-Qaeda and Iraq. We have the best panel of experts we think are available on this topic. Very important challenge confronting the White House, although the president's made his big decision, but there's still clearly more to talk about and more to think about and more to sort of worry about. So we have this great panel, and we are ready to have that conversation. Just one note, this is being live streamed. So please, when we get to Q&A, which we will get to, wait for the microphone. Very nice person will have a microphone, and we'll call on you. And please wait for a second for that microphone to get in your hands. We will start with some opening statements. I'll ask a few questions and then come to the audience. We're on social media at NatSecNAF, NATSECNAF. Twitter, the hashtag is Crisis in Iraq. So to our panelists. Turn your phone off. Yeah, please turn your phones to stun. Thanks. While Nadia is walking, I'll introduce Doug Olivant, Senior National Security Fellow here at New America. We're very proud, by the way. All the folks in the panel are fellows here at New America. Retired Army officer, last assignment in government was as Director for Iraq at the National Security Council during both the Bush and Obama administrations. Recently spent 1 year in Afghanistan as Senior Counterinsurgency Advisor to the Commander, Regional Command East. Now the Senior Vice President at Mantid International, LLC, a global strategic consulting firm with offices here, Beirut, and Baghdad. Nadia Oweidat is a non-residential fellow here at New America, interests in the challenges to political Islam from within Islam itself, holds a DPhil in Oriental Studies with a focus on contemporary Arab Islamic thought from the University of Oxford. Prior to that, she worked as a research associate at RAND, led several research projects, including an analysis of Arab cultural material promoting critical thinking and obstacles to dissemination. She was just giving us a pretty cool window into the Baghdadi, Wiki Baghdadi leaks. That was pretty cool. Right now, we're conducting research on internet trends among Arab youth, analyzing websites and forums that enjoy a large online following. Chris Fussell, making his first public event after serving in government, is also a senior fellow with this international security program here in America. Spent 15 years as an officer in the Navy SEAL teams. Recently transitioned in the private sector, now a partner at the McChrystal Group. During his active duty career, he deployed multiple times to Iraq, Afghanistan, and other nations in the Central Command region. From 2007 to 2008, served as an aide-de-camp to General McChrystal, who was then Commanding General of the Joint Special Operations Command. So like I said, I'll give each of them 10 minutes to sort of give us what they think we should be thinking, or what the president should be thinking, or any policymaker should be thinking as they approach this crisis. I will start with Doug.
Thanks very much, Fuzz. What a difference a month makes. I was at an event on Iraq just a month ago on government formation at another think tank that'll remain nameless, and we couldn't get a quorum, so we had to bring in interns to fill the room. So it's nice to see that Iraq is once again topical. Just a quick disclaimer, as Fuzz said, in addition to being a National Security Fellow here, I am a managing partner at Mantid International. We have offices in Baghdad. My partners were in Baghdad and Karbala this week, so I do have financial interests in the region. I think right now in Iraq we're faced with two crises. and they are distinct but overlapping. We first have a crisis with ISIS or ISIL or Daesh, whichever term you prefer. These are all interchangeable for the same organization. This is a unique evolution and phenomenon in global jihadism. It grows out of the old Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which was also called the Islamic State in Iraq. But when Chris and I fought against it in 2006, 2007, the Islamic State in Iraq was kind of a joke. It was the political wing of AQI. It didn't control any territory. Certainly what little pockets it had were not contiguous. And if you found these fighters of Al-Qaeda in Iraq and got them in a firefight, they would die. They were great terrorists. They were great bomb makers. They were great kidnappers. They were lousy line infantry, and you could kill them and they would die. The organization that grew out of Al-Qaeda in Iraq moved to Syria, became the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria under a new leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and has been truly transformed by the fighting in Syria. And not only in the quality of its people, as I like to say kind of flippantly, they've been fighting against Hezbollah now in Syria for 2 years. If you fight Hezbollah for 2 years, you either die or you get really, really well educated. They've gotten very well educated. They are much better fighters and are now considered the equivalent of the Iraqi Special Forces, which is the best trained unit that we left in Iraq. They're a serious fighting force, and as we've seen over the last week, they can fight as an army. But more importantly, they hold territory. The Islamic State in Iraq and Syria is no longer just a name, it's a thing. It is a de facto, if unrecognized, nation state on the ground. It has borders, fuzzy borders, but it has borders. It has political control. It runs courts. It polices. It provides somewhat limited services. It most certainly has an army. It has a flag. It's a political entity. So I would say with ISIS, we are no longer faced with a safe haven in a weak state, like we saw in Afghanistan. We instead now have a weak state that is a safe haven. This is something different and new. So as I say, even if tomorrow Iraq turned into Switzerland with all its issues went away and it had a first-tier army that could totally and utterly push ISIL out of Iraq and there was no ideological appeal for ISIS inside Iraq at all, it would still be an issue. In Syria, it has made clear its desire to push into Jordan and Lebanon and Israel. The S in ISIS stands for Greater Syria or the Sham, of which all three of those states are a part. So totally independent of Iraq, ISIS or ISIL is a problem that we need to deal with. Well, then we come to Iraq. Iraq has utterly dysfunctional politics, as we've now seen over the last week. This makes them particularly vulnerable to ISIS, ISIL, as again we saw through their rather incredible movement through Mosul and pushing down south in the last week. It is easy to blame Prime Minister Maliki for the political dysfunction, and certainly he is a part of it. But I think there is plenty of blame to go around. All parties in Iraq have contributed to the dysfunctional politics. As I've said a couple times in print, if Nouri al-Maliki is no Nelson Mandela, this is in some part because there is no equivalent of a de Klerk on the Sunni side to come to him and settle the differences that still remain for the old regime. There's no leader on the Sunni side who is willing to come and say, yes, we're a minority, yes, we were somewhat complicit in the crimes of the old regime, yes, our group is never going to rule again, we have to decisively reject the Ba'ath Party, Islamic extremism, and violence, and figure out how to live as Iraqi citizens while explicitly demanding our rights as a minority group of Iraqi citizens inside Iraq. That leader is not there. Nor, to be honest, have the Kurds been totally helpful in this. They have their own agenda. There are certainly personal grievances between Prime Minister Barzani of the Kurdish regional government and Prime Minister Maliki that do not help. The personal conflict between these two leaders has exacerbated the institutional tensions that are below them. But the bottom line is there's a very difficult politics in Iraq. There's an incredibly high degree of difficulty. The issues that separate the three groups inside Iraq, which is not to say that there are fuzzy borders between these groups, and there are lots of differences between these groups. And just to say Shia, Sunni, and Kurd is to smooth over a whole host of differences. As the current ambassador to Iraq likes to say, he's a Shia Kurd who's a member of the ruling Dawi party. What does that make him? So there are blurry boundaries, but we can still, in the main, talk about the three groups. The politics between them are totally dysfunctional, and it's not clear how that gets fixed. So what does this mean for U.S. policy? Again, we have two problems we're facing. Again, as I said elsewhere publicly, I think while there is lots of blame be given to the administration for their neglect of Iraq over the last 6 years, since this crisis came about, I think it's been handled actually pretty well. The president's speech yesterday was very, very prudent, I thought. In essence, he didn't make a decision, which is exactly the right choice. Don't make a decision until you have to. The president came out and said, I'm going to send some advisors into the country, essentially to give us better situational awareness. They're only going to go down to brigade headquarters, so they will not be at any significant risk. Brigade headquarters sit in offices not unlike the one that we're sitting in here. They're not going to be out forward in the field where they're in danger of being shot or captured. So this is, but they're still close enough to the action that they're, talking on the radio to the guy who's out front seeing it. So they're only one person removed from having a real feel for what's going on the battlefield. That'll give us a much better situational awareness. In the meantime, the president has increased the airborne intelligence and surveillance that we're putting over the battlefield. I suspect that's everything from drones to spy planes to changing some satellite orbits to get better situational awareness. Let us know exactly what's going on so that when and if the president decides that this first problem set, which is ISIS, needs to be dealt with, he has both better situational awareness and the resources at hand to deal with it. I think that's very, very prudent. Then we're going to have to deal with the politics. In a perfect world, we could deal with the politics first and then worry about the military solution. Unfortunately, temporally, they're going to be presented to us in the opposite way. The fight between the Iraqi government and ISIS around Baghdad looks like it's going to happen somewhere in the next 1 to 10 days. Iraqi politics moves very, very slowly. This crisis happened in Iraq in the middle of government formation after that election, and I suspect that's no accident. And government formation in Iraq, if it were to move at light speed, would take 45 to 60 days. 60 to 120 days is probably a more realistic window. So even there is no way to resolve Iraq's political crisis in the near term. It's going to unfold through the government formation process, through the elected parliamentary members that were recently elected in what are universally regarded as free and fair elections in Iraq. That's how that will be broken out. It remains unclear if Nouri al-Maliki will remain the prime minister or not. As the president said, that's for the Iraqis to decide. He does have a privileged place not only as the incumbent but as the leader of the party that did extremely well in the last elections. So we will see how that unfolds, but that process is up to them. So again, I think the president has done more or less the right thing, putting us in a position to deal with the immediate crisis, the fight against ISIS just north of Baghdad, while making it very, very clear that the political is the key fight. It needs to happen, but that's going to unfold on a slower timeline. Again, probably at least 60 days before we see a new government, and that would be a very rapid government formation given the constitutional provisions of the Iraqi constitution. I think I'll stop there.
Thanks, Doug. So we can zoom in or zoom out, and I'm going to zoom in first to the battle. Chris.
I was hoping to cheer the room up a little bit, but Doug's brought us all down. That's okay. No, I think Doug lays out a great case. I'd like to say the clear solution to all that is send in 200 special operators and they'll seize the day and take care of everything, but I think that's clearly unrealistic. I will just offer some quick thoughts about the role and function of these forces we're sending in, where they can and cannot help the situation, and then perhaps what we can expect to see from them once they're on the ground, and some of the risks associated with that. I would first offer just taking it up a level. I feel there's an old saying in the military, you fight from where you are. which is to say if you get inserted on the wrong side of the mountain and immediately start getting shot at, it doesn't help to have a soldier run up to you and say, boy, we should be on the other side of the mountain. It's pretty obvious at that point. So this is one of those situations where we're on the side of the mountain. So we have to have deliberate conversations, I believe, from where we are, not looking back. And this town especially likes to look back rather than forward. So I think all productive conversations need to start from today. The more macro point that if I was one of those folks getting sent in, I would want to answer the question around the intent, the broader why of what we expect to get out of sending folks in. I agree with Doug that there's obviously a driver to do something at this point. I think it's important to the region, it's important to our position in the world, and obviously our history inside of Iraq. But do something is not a great mission statement, and to go forward with that on a piece of paper opens up a difficult can of worms potentially, and then you will create meaning once you're in the environment and sort of reverse engineer your purpose for being there, which is I always consider a dangerous approach, and one we've, I believe, hopefully learned from in the past. So that would be my desire if I was one of those folks looking at going forward would be to first answer that question. And we're getting closer. We know we don't want to see it devolve into civil war, but I'd argue we're pretty much there at this point. So I think there's some more detailed questions we need to answer before we look at a potential ramp up, which brings me into the discussion around the troops we're sending forward. So in these small pockets, as Doug said, these are relatively safe positions. You're going to work inside of headquarters around the country, develop a better sense of what's going on the ground, and be able to share that information with decision makers back here and any coalition partners that we're talking with. We've actually gotten quite good at that. We do it in several areas around the world regularly. But it runs the risk of misinterpreting what those troops will be able to accomplish out of the gates, and will be potentially create additive pressure. Well, now that we have troops in there, why aren't we seeing certain types of momentum? So when it comes to momentum, what can we expect from small forces that we send in? The most important, obviously, is the intelligence gathering. We can circle back to that a bit later. The other big one that's out there being discussed right now is how do these troops involve themselves in forward air support, whether we put fixed-wing manned aircraft overhead to support the Iraqi army, or we pull in a more aggressive drone campaign for unmanned vehicles. Both of those are radically different approaches, and there are constraints to what a force can actually do when they are sitting in the battalion headquarters level with those assets. We run the risk of misunderstanding what it means to actually call in fixed-wing aircraft, frankly. That's a conversation between a person on the ground and a person in a cockpit, and there's not a magic button that we can hit to say, well, now we have forward deployed operators sitting in battalion headquarters. We can now effectively use fixed-wing aircraft.
Especially given where the targets are situating themselves, right?
That's right. And when it's there's also a buzz around ISIS presenting itself as a very conventional force, which is true, which is exactly what I would be doing if I was one of their advisors right now, because it's the easiest way to move troops and take territory very quickly and present as big of a presence to the population as you possibly can, which would be my goal right now if I were them. However, the instant you start aggressively going after that posture, it will change, and they will integrate quickly into the population, which we've seen before, and it can be done very quickly. So you don't have a long time to fight in that conventional manner. So that can bleed itself into the option of putting forces actually onto the ground forward with Iraqi army, and we have to be very intentional about if that's a line we intend to cross at some point. Right now, all the rhetoric is we will not.
Sorry, dumb question. Has it ever happened that an Iraqi person on the ground has given intel we've used from the air?
That's a complicated question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
It's a very integrated sort of
cool.
process. Right. But then the drone war, the predator possibilities. Of course, from an intelligence gathering perspective, you're going to want as many of those assets in theater as you can if your job is to report back what's going on the ground. Just the imagery of what they can see, as we've all seen ourselves, can be very productive, and you will have folks in an advisory position where they can quickly translate and interpret for the Iraqi army and central government folks that they're working with. If we go into a a targeting sort of scenario, those are much different assets. You're looking at very, pinpoint targeting, which again, in different scenarios, plays itself out differently. I think we run the risk of, as we've done many times in dealing with Al-Qaeda or similar groups, we are a nice structured system, so we tend to look for the strong man inside of this group. In this case, it's Baghdadi, which obviously he's a significant leader inside the organization with a great amount of respect and history inside the organization. Knows us well, we had him in detention for several years. But it's important to remember that the day after Zarqawi was removed from the battlefield, nothing changed. It's a loosely connected network, and the longer Baghdadi has the chance to build ISIS into the same thing that AQI once was, the less impactful removing one or two key leaders is. The real degradation of AQI, which was a combination of a series of different organizations working together, was when the targeting was focused on the mid-level leadership. And removing that swath from the battlefield, much more so than you'll never run out of aggressive young fighters. If you try to just remove senior leadership, it tends to just splinter the network. And so to focus on a mid-band level of leadership, you need forces on the ground that are operating at a very high tempo. So we need to be cautious in how much we think or allow our thinking to go along the great man theory, remove a few people inside ISIS and it'll settle itself. And then the final thing I'd offer on these is all these bleed into, sort of circling back to my first point, I would assume that we can see a more aggressive posture around growth in troops, growth in posture, and what we're willing to do on the ground there, which will be the natural sort of conversation that flows from
growth of U.S. troops.
Growth of U.S. troops, potentially, yeah. Right? Having folks on the ground, but being able to have a limited effect as the problem continues to increase. You may see a discussion around, well, if we had this one more authority or one more.
What is a flowchart fork in terms of what would lead to that and what wouldn't lead to that?
I think it'll be a political discussion. We're sending seasoned military advisors in that know how to read the situations. They've been in there before. A lot of them will be probably unpacking their bags and in the same place they lived a few years ago. So they'll offer best advice on how we can. When
I was here last time, I needed these guys, so I need these guys again.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's all important to return back to the initial why statement, because with a lack of a clear strategic intent, they'll offer best opinion on what they're seeing on the ground, which I clearly know where I would take that direction. Was if we want to stave off the growth of ISIS, I need more of this and more authorities.
You added a question to my list at the end, is what does victory look like? We'll get to that after we hear from Nadia.
So I'm going to start with the big picture and then zoom into ISIS and their social media and their reaction to that social media. So first, to put this in perspective, you're talking about a region that has actually never, until the Arab Spring, seen a peaceful rotation of power. Usually how it happens is a sect, a family takes over by force and stays until somebody stronger comes and replaces them. And there's no sharing power. Whoever is in power dictates. So Iran, for example, was Sunni until a monarch came and decided the whole population should be Shia to counter the Ottomans. So this is a region that really needs to learn what it means to share power, to be citizens of a nation.
At the national level.
At the national level, absolutely. So, and if you think about it, the very concept of a nation state is new in Europe. It wasn't until the first half of the 20th century that Europe really became comfortable writing constitutions and becoming nation states. And geography of Europe looked very different only 100 years ago. So the best service the US could have done when they invaded Iraq was actually as much, if not more, than training the Iraqi army, is to train the Iraqis on civic engagements and how to share power, what it means to have real citizenship and equality, which is really alien to much of the Arab world. In my own household, there's no way my brother can accept we're equal. So the very concept of egalitarianism, citizenship, we're all equal in front of the state, that's something that needs to be taught, and this is where the US can really make a huge contribution. And if you look right now also on the ground, you have a region that is 80% under 40 and 70% under 30, mostly unmarried. These young people want change. They want modernity, which is why the Arab Spring was peaceful, was inclusive, was egalitarian, and the demands of the revolutions were madaniya, civilian, which is really as close as you can come in our culture to saying we don't want religion to be part of the state. It's legal, it's civic society. So if you take this into consideration and you zoom into Iraq, you have a government that is very much part of the problem. You cannot, the Maliki's government has managed to do the impossible. It has managed not only to alienate the Sunni population, it has managed to have a Zarqawi-like figure, Baghdadi, a Saddam-like figure, a former Ba'athist general, Ad-Duri, Sufis, all aligned against Al-Qaeda. And this is why this territory grab was successful, because this is how strongly all these groups that are sworn enemies feel against Maliki and his policies and his government. So I feel like if the US wanted truly to have a solution, I would think the first thing is Maliki has to resign, a new prime minister to show good faith to all these different groups that are Iraqi, that have been disenfranchised since Maliki came into power, a new leader to show faith that there's truly a will to cooperate, a will to come to an agreement and to share power peacefully. So looking at ISIS, you know, there has been, I want to start by debunking a myth that Al-Qaeda actually disavowed ISIS because they were too violent for Al-Qaeda. I mean, killing is killing. Al-Qaeda had no problem killing thousands of civilians, unarmed, in a plane. So that's silly. It wasn't that at all, actually. And we know that because, not only because it makes no sense at all, but because also the alliance that Al-Qaeda that ISIS has is so fragile, in fact, because you have people with such different backgrounds. Again, Ba'athist, Sufis, hardcore militants, aligning together just because of their grievances against Maliki's policies. But if Malikis, like, they are not natural allies by any stretch of the imagination. So if you take this alliance, already there's somebody from within leaking all their secrets. It's called Wiki Baghdadi. We don't know who he is, but he's been really instrumental in divulging a lot of names, a lot of details. For example, he divulged how it came about that ISIS and Jabhat al-Nusra, which is the Al-Qaeda affiliated group, became enemies. So Baghdadi, apparently somebody with a huge ego, wanted Jabhat al-Nusra to not only pledge allegiance, but to dissolve themselves, hand over their weapons, or else be killed. Of course, they said, whoa, actually, no, we have a lot of popularity. We don't want to dissolve ourselves. So then he formed units to actually assassinate all of Al-Qaeda. So this is how much there is zero tolerance for dissent from within that organization. Now, when your alliance is made of such contradictory backgrounds, you don't have loyalty. Loyalty is built through shared time and shared experiences. So this loyalty does not exist, so it's very easy to get to dissent from within such an alliance. And I want to address also the social media, like, oh, they're using social media, oh my God. The thing is, Islamists in general, militant, peaceful, political Islam, they have actually been on top of media. In fact, the Arab internet, a few years ago when I was doing research on counterterrorism, you couldn't find a liberal website. It was 100% practically Wahhabi, Islamist, I mean, that's the only content you have. But what the new development, the exciting new development that is totally under the radar is that liberal content is competing with such content. Oh, and it is winning big time. So if you look, for example, at this 80% how they use the internet, what is the most popular, the most watched? 10 YouTube channels. It's all 10 of them, equivalent of Jon Stewart's of the Arab world. All of them, in Jordan, in Saudi, in Egypt. So what's popular among the youth is somebody who makes fun of the authority, political, religious, social. This is the 80% that we should not forget. This is our future ally. This is when, in order to prevent this from happening 10 or 5 or even 2 years from happening, this is the audience that you need to be dealing with, the 80% that wants exactly what America has. So if you look at the top 10 Facebook pages, or even 150, you'd be shocked. You know, it's National Geographic Abu Dhabi is among the top 5. Number 1 is educate yourself. Number 2 is a Facebook that follows Hollywood movies and stars. And so it's important to keep that in mind. And finally, because again, there's no loyalty in such an alliance that is formed so rapidly, they are actually dependent on social media to attract recruits, because their violence is not making them popular in the Arab world. You can scare somebody to death. That's not actually very hard to do. But to get their loyalty and allegiance and wanting them to work with you, that's a whole different story. So because they're depending on social media, the people they attract are simply bloodthirsty individuals who they find it attractive that you kill elderly people or teenagers. I watched an hour video of ISIS. The whole video is just killing unarmed people. Everybody in the video who was killed, this is not heroism. That is horrific. So whoever is thinking, whoa, I want to join them, that's whether it's somebody in Europe or America, or, I mean, that's somebody who gets just as equally turned on by Hollywood violence. So, but the wider context of the Arab world, it was actually Al-Qaeda, their brutality caused the Sahwa councils first, and it will cause, I mean, it continues to cause, it caused a whole wave of theologians for Al-Qaeda to recant. And it's inevitable that very propaganda they use to supposedly attract more recruits will cause them to have another wave of repulsion and that much stronger feelings that this is something we need to tackle as a culture, as a religion, etc.
Thank you very much. We'll get to audience questions in just a moment. I've got a few there that A, come up in the headlines, and B, come up from what you guys said. Starting with Doug, the topic on many analysts' minds is Iran. And if you start with the now, like what Iran's role is as far as you understand it now, and the ideal, right, what it should be in, say, what it ought to be in 2030. What is it now? What is the best way to manage it to the ideal?
Well, that's a huge topic I really don't have time to deal with. You know, where should Iran be in 30 years? You know, briefly, you know, where should it be in 30 years? You know, Iran is an incredibly dynamic, old, respected culture.
In relationship to Iraq, I should say.
In relationship to Iraq.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, Iraq and Iran are going to share a border in perpetuity, so they have to learn to get along with each other, and there's influence that goes over both sides of the border. In the immediate term, we're in a very interesting place where our interests in Iraq are not significantly different than Iran's. Iran wants Iraq to stay together. The last thing Iran needs is an unstable border right now. It's very vested in stability. It's very interested in perpetuating a Shia-dominated government, and given that our interest is in perpetuating democracy and the Shia are 60%, there's at least loose overlap between our goals with respect to the government. So it'll be very interesting to watch obviously how that unfolds in the coming weeks. You know, we are in an interesting place where it is not inconceivable that we'll have U.S. aircraft providing de facto air support to IRGC units fighting against ISIS or ISIL in the coming weeks. That is not something that any of us would have suspected 5 or 6 years ago. That's the place where we are. This does go to show that our policy is largely dysfunctional in the whole region. You know, ISIS is fighting in 2 countries, in Syria and in Iraq. Iran is fighting them in both of those countries, in Syria and Iraq. In Iraq, as I said, it looks like we're about to enter a de facto alliance with Iran against ISIS, while in Syria, we are arming the people who are fighting against the Iranians, and it's very muddled and confused.
Yeah, I'm going to get to how to define victory, but to that point, what does the day after look like when we're sitting across it? We've been working with Iran for all this time, and then we achieve the victory, whatever that is. Like, what's the next day look like with us in Iran?
If I knew that, I'd be Secretary of State. I have no idea.
Anything on that before I go to the next question?
The geopolitics of the region is such an important point, because you have Saudi and Iran competing for power and backing their guys with weapons, with training. Again, if I may reference the Wiki Baghdadi, there's a lot of reference to the hundreds of thousands allocated by a Saudi officer to the media campaign of ISIS. And I mean, and I'm sure on the Iranian side as well. So there you have two powers that both wanting to enforce their power on the ground by their agents. However, I mean, the wise thing is to actually just for them both to realize that none of them will win. It's not the old historic times. They have to learn to share power over Syria and over Iraq, because the Sunnis are going nowhere and the Shiites are going nowhere, and we have to share the region peacefully.
Raises the point, any journalist out there, the story we're looking for is the propaganda chair of ISIS. Who is that character, and where they live, and how are they pulling this off? Go ahead.
I would just offer one sort of broad thought on Iran. Is from the day we entered the region, crossed the border, started the war, however you want to look at it, we have to understand their position. They've played to their own interest very, very effectively for a decade now, which is the same thing we would all do. So we have to accept that they have a keen perspective that has to be respected, whether you agree with it or not. That's been we've seen it play out for years now.
Possibly a segue, possibly not, to my next question to you, Chris, is if our folks are just showing back up and trying to get their intel up, and we have this challenge of getting to in addition, who does have good intel now? Yeah. Where are we going to? If Doug has said that the calendars, our ability to get there and doesn't match up with the need to act quickly, what are we going to do in the next few weeks?
Yeah, just speaking broadly about intelligence, because it floats around as a big buzzword. There's no golden binder anywhere in Iraq that has the intelligence. Right. Intelligence is a collection of, if you think about it in your own personal life, it's understanding. It's understanding of individuals, of groups, of communities, of how they interact with one another. You can't just follow someone for a day and understand them. You can't know their address and understand how they interact with their community. So that the levels at which you develop understanding, the deeper it is and the truer it is to the situation, then on the military side, you use that understanding to gauge your actions. And you can, in the best case scenario, you can pinpoint very effective actions and predict second and third order effects that will result from those. But that's a level of depth and understanding that takes, in many cases, years to develop. We do it through having forces on the ground that can get out and interact with the population. We do it with, obviously, intelligence services and assets, as Doug referenced earlier. And we do it through host nation partnerships. So, fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it, the reality is we have a very much more current understanding of who the key players are inside the government, and the understanding of how things tend to evolve inside of Iraq from our currency there. So we're not starting from ground zero as we were a few years ago. But that said, from where we are now, our best asset is going to be putting folks in there that can interact with really host nation leadership that we have to reform bonds with and trust, and try to get their sense of what's going on inside the population. But you're going to have a constraint on what our individuals can actually find out themselves, because there's going to be boundaries on where they can go inside the country, as there should be. So the other thing you would layer in is national assets that you can use to cross-reference understanding that you're getting from your partners, and arguably develop a new sense of intelligence about what the organization is doing. But it's going to be difficult, and to develop a real true understanding of how the ISIS network is organized and how it's functioning in a limited amount of time will be hard.
And specifically target identification. I mean, that's a real challenge, right? As we talked about during when
at a tactical level, to develop a true understanding of if you're talking about airstrikes. Again, as I said in my opening comments, it's difficult. You have to decide which types you want to do, and to what effect. you're not going to solve this problem through a series of airstrikes. And as soon as you do that, the situation is going to morph on the ground around that and adapt very quickly. So it's going to be 2 or 3 chess moves trying to fight a remote war if that's where we want to go to.
You're not recommending that?
I think the third order effects of it are much worse than what you're going to get out of it.
Okay,
Can I say something about the intelligence? You know, actually, they really provide they provide us with intelligence in the sense that when you have an organization that is so authoritarian, where any dissent is met by cutting your head immediately, and there's a lot of revelation that this happened, and oops, sorry, the wrong guy, no problem. You instill fear, and then the only way you can criticize is actually through leaks. So while Baghdadi is, Wiki Baghdadi is the most famous, without even looking, just I spotted a few others who are critiquing the various jihadi movements, because there's no space where they can say, you know, sir, actually, well, we should not do this, maybe. So because there has not been space to create loyalty really, so they just go online because they think, oh, this is the only way I can really express how this is dangerous for the group. And you have so many of them leaking their own secrets.
So I'm going to...
Let me just very quickly, I totally agree with Chris on the difficulty of fighting the network and the necessity of intelligence. I think we're at an interesting phase, though, where ISIL is presenting a non-network target. If they are hiding in the shadows, again, and remaining kidnappers and saboteurs and terrorists, Chris knows more about that than I ever will, how difficult that is to untangle and find. We're now in a situation, though, where they're presenting us convoys with machine guns in the back and black flags flying. You don't need the type of detailed intelligence that Chris is, I don't need to know, how he relates to this guy to bomb that truck. Right. That's extraneous information. So we are in an interesting situation. Now, if we have success with that campaign, then they will almost certainly go back to the networked organization, at which point it will present a very different problem again.
Nadia referred to this, and this is Peter's question. He's written about this a lot. Let's imagine they, for whatever reason, they have time, ISIS does, or ISIL, however you want to call them, to run a part of the country. Can they rule? This has been sort of over and over again, these types of groups. When they achieve whatever victory they achieve, they sooner or later screw it up. They can't, as Peter says, they can't help themselves but manage the territory badly. Do we all think that's likely to happen if they ever get enough time to?
Absolutely. I think they can terrorize, but they cannot rule. And the reason why they even have an alliance in the first place with the tribes, with the Baathists, with the Sufis, is the grievances that have not been met through a legitimate government. So if we were to help the Iraqi people by instilling a government that is not sectarian, a more Nelson Mandela-like government, that is 90% of the solution, in my opinion.
So we have no sense that they've learned these lessons from Mali and Afghanistan. And
the analogy, they're the frog and the scorpion. Right. The scorpion is always going to bite the frog in the middle of the river, even though he drowns himself. It would be tactically so much smarter for ISIS to show its kinder, gentler side in the way it rules. It's ideologically incapable of that. That's their entire raison d'etre. If they didn't do that, they would not have what legitimacy they have as a Islamist group setting up the caliphate. What's the point of wanting to set up the caliphate if when you set it up, it's not very caliphate-like?
I also think we're hearing reassuring noises, at least from Nadia, that this has been the old saw, the regional conflagration, the world's scariest flowchart, right? This begets another fight and the everybody in the pool scenario, that everyone from the region sort of jumps in, or this explodes out. I remember Macedonia was the first time I started hearing that talk in the mid-90s, that Greece was going to jump in, and next thing you know, we got a whole World War III. That sounds like that's not going to happen here because it's contained for various sets of reasons. Is that valid, or should we worry that this will spill out of where it's now?
I'm very concerned about it continuing to morph. I'm very concerned about Jordan. I'm very concerned about Iraqi Kurdistan. I think those are the next 2 logical places for ISIS to attempt to flow. It'll be but it'll all depend on how the next couple weeks play out, and are they able to hold this terrain. So we've got a lot of situations still to happen, but for this to continue, even if they're pushed back slightly in Iraq, I would not want to be around Kirkuk, and to me, Jordan, given all its it's not like it had a lot of stability to spare at the start, and now all the Syrian refugees who are there are making that a very, it's a tinderbox, I think, waiting for something.
Yeah. I do think it has a huge potential for exacerbation. So, for example, one of the points of contingence between Al-Qaeda and ISIS is that ISIS ordered supposedly a suicide attack in Turkey. And Jabhat al-Nusra said, well, Turkey is not an important target now, and they're Muslims anyway, so, and they're helping the Syrians. The Syrians would not accept an attack on Turkey. And this is one reason why Baghdadi wanted to assassinate all the leadership and members who do not comply among Jabhat al-Nusra, which is affiliated with Al-Qaeda. So it has a huge potential for spilling over other countries. And there's already, I mean, like Doug said, there's so many issues, the refugees, that can really, really exacerbate the problem.
No, I would just offer, I think, it's hard to make a judgment about the violence spilling out. That's very unpredictable in my opinion. But I think we're certainly looking at I think to Nadia's earlier point, the very severe degradation of the world's first effort to sort of implant a nation state structure in that part of the world, and this is flawed going back decades, and now it's really bubbling up as a result of the events of the last decade as to the frailties inside of it. So I think that trend will continue, and it's very dangerous.
Chris, staying with you, how do we partner? This is Peter's question as well. How do we partner with and build effective armies? Is there a lesson from? Are we getting better at that?
Yeah, I mean that's the question. Have we done it? Can it be done? It's still it's an open-ended question, and it's a big policy decision on how you're going to disperse your forces around the world. We've seen it done arguably successfully in maybe places like Yemen, but and a lot of the programs going on in Africa now. But there's a very integrated relationship with the United States in places like that. So when they're left alone, this is our most recent and powerful example of what may or may not unfold. I think the lesson from at least what's happened to date in Iraq is less around the capability of the military. They didn't turn and walk away because they didn't have the firepower of the forces or the training. It was much more of a social divide. If you're a soldier stuck in a completely alienated part of the country who has every reason to be unhappy with the way they're being governed, and you see the berms literally just being torn down, and what is your drive to stay and fight for that part of the country that obviously has a justified social reason to be very discontent with the central leadership. So again, to Nadia's overall point about social structures, armies are an extension of that, whether interior, exterior, whatever you're trying to accomplish with them. If the imbalance inside is completely off kilter, then trying to band-aid it with a highly trained army eventually will not play out.
And I think also that the police have an important role to play at the local level. And if there is no civic engagement, no education for citizenship, for transparency, no building of institutions, this cannot happen with an army. It's not an army, it's not a force thing. Force, whether by Maliki or by ISIS, is not going to achieve long-lasting stability or prosperity for Iraq.
Great. One last targeted question, then a big question. The oil field, Baji, Doug, what is the status now as far as you understand it, and can they actually do anything with it? I mean, what would they be able to, what advantage would they get other than a propaganda win?
Facts are in short supply as to exactly what's going on in Baji. So we've heard everything from the government totally has control to the insurgents totally have control and everything in between. So I think it's safest to say it's being contested, and who actually controls it is not clear right now. The effect of it, the Baiji refinery has nothing, zero, to do with Iraq's oil exports. The Baiji is all about Iraq's internal economy. That's where the oil is taken and refined. It provides the gasoline, the heating oil, the LPG that people use for cooking. It's all about the internal economy, and largely for north of Baghdad, for the areas that are currently being contested. So perversely, if this goes out of function, all this is going to do is cause more suffering for the people that are in the areas that are suffering most.
Goes to their ability to lead.
Right. This is not going. This will
again.
not affect the Kurds in the northeast who have a really great thing going. This will not affect the largely Shia population from Baghdad on south who also have a really good thing going. This will affect the range of Anbar through Mosul through Saladin, where all this is happening.
So 2 last questions. What does victory look like, each of you?
In my opinion, victory is the elimination of sectarianism and establishing a nation state in Iraq based on egalitarianism, sharing power, and civic engagement with the government, with no voting, no appointment of a president, vice president, or, I mean, imagine in the US if African Americans can only vote for African Americans and Irish Americans can only vote for somebody who's an Irish American. I mean, it would not really lead to a democracy. So why do we think in Iraq or anywhere in the world this could be a working model? It has to be, I'm a citizen, you're a citizen, we're equal in the law. Whatever you want to believe is your business. So the best thing we could do, victory, is to be able to really share our experience with the Iraqi people.
Yeah, it's a broad question, so a broad answer would be social stability, which I think supports Nadia's point. We can engage for another 10 years militarily, but until those underpinnings are in place, it's going to just continue.
I'm going to make Doug think of a shorter time frame. What does victory look like in this potential conflict? What's the most we can hope for in terms of what happens to ISIS after the?
Victory would look like ISIS being driven back to being the type of network that Chris was talking about, for them to have to go back into the shadows and resume just their terrorist campaign. Pushing them out of that is a much, much longer term project. On the political side, it looks like all these leaders realizing that Iraq is about to go over the abyss and having that decisively change the way that they look at the problem set. But that will require reaching out by the majority. It will require an acceptance of minority status by the minority. It's going to require, they're a long ways apart, and they're each going to have to take steps towards each other, or it's not going to work.
Okay, last question. You're in a very crowded Oval Office. There's a room full of advisors trying to get a word in edgewise with the president. He looks at you. You've got about 90 seconds to make your case. What are you telling him to do?
I would say if I was advising Baghdadi today, I would do everything I could to draw us into non-thoughtful airstrikes, because that's going to help my recruiting. It's going to help my narrative about the far enemy returning to the region, and it's going to help probably build closer bonds with the population, which ultimately is the core of a conflict like this.
I think a first step would be to get on board another leader replacing Maliki who is more inclusive, who is more willing to share power, and that would be a huge, big step that something is really changing. As long as the face of the problem is leading, the very person who caused all these problems is in power, there's no way you can, it will take longer to break these alliances.
Doug.
Realize there are no good options. If you bomb, the Sunnis are going to say it's Second Fallujah all over again. If you don't bomb, the Shia are going to say it's just like 1991 where you sat back and let us be slaughtered. There's going to be no good narrative that's going to come of this, and you have to accept that. Again, the military aims can help with the ISIL problem. They cannot help with the political problem at all, and that's what needs to be focused. Focused U.S. attention, maybe a special representative for Iraq and Syria. This is becoming, to some extent, one problem set. It would help to have someone to manage. I think we've got a interagency. We have one group of interagency people looking at Iraq and another looking at Syria, and they're not, the crosstalk between them is fairly minimal, I think. So trying to bridge that at the government level would be helpful. But patience. I mean, as a people, as Americans, we are impatient. This is not going to get solved tomorrow. It's not going to get solved next week. And again, I think there's zero chance we're going to see a change in government within 30 to 60 days at the soonest, and that's if they really, really wanted to change. So patience.
Great. Mohammed first, then next to him. I'll wait for the microphone. We're just going to come all the way from the back of the room, I think. Mohammed, right here.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Najm from Social Media Exchange Beirut. I'm also adjunct fellowship in New America Foundation. There was no mention today for internet, which has been blocked since June 13 on and off. And from June 15, it was officially blocked in 5 provinces. And social media websites were totally blocked. People are using different kind of VPNs. ISIS, other kind of terrorists are accessing still the internet. The only people who are really affected are the netizens of Iraq. And the government is doing this illegally. Is there any advice you're giving it to them? Is there anything to push more framework of openness more?
I think from the government's perspective, of course, is that this is the means that ISIS is using to communicate, and it's blocking it. Whether that is a good idea or a bad idea, that's their logic. I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Would you have advised it?
I'm sorry?
Would you have advised that?
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, back Emily one more time, and then also go next.
Hi there. My name is Tyler Thompson with United for a Free Syria. I'm just wondering, how beneficial is it to Maliki, the Iranian government, and Assad in Syria that the face of the Sunni uprising in Iraq is ISIS at this point?
I mean, it's not by design. Sorry, may I?
Okay, no, yeah.
It's not by. I mean, this was not. If I get it right, you're saying that this is serving Maliki, that the Sunni face is now ISIS. But if you are an Iraqi citizen caught between being killed by your own army or having somebody say to you, "Oh, we're going to protect you," it's so. Facts on the ground are dictating this and causing this. So it's Maliki's. If Maliki wants to spin it, it doesn't matter. Just like, you know, when Mubarak tied to the internet, when Mubarak, to cover up his failed policies, wanted to cut the internet, it doesn't work. This has been in the works for years. So you can spell it or you want. You can try to, but at the end, propaganda can only work if it's really followed by actual decisions on the ground and actual policies.
Let me very quickly. It's not helpful at all. You know, as you know, Assad has been saying since day one that he's fighting against terrorism. On day one, when he said that, that was not true. Today, when he says it, it's only a half lie. So this is certainly helping him. In Iraq, there's been now a conflation of ISIS and Sunni grievances. And I don't think this is at all helpful for the long-term problem. I mean, all of ISIS is Sunni, but by no means are all Sunni ISIS. But that is, the face that we're getting. And I think there are, some people who are trying to make, well, this is a mass Sunni uprising. Well, there are a couple groups, and it's broader than we would like, and it's not just ISIS. But I don't think the vast majority of Iraqi Sunnis want to live peaceful lives and raise children and tend their gardens. I don't think this is a mass uprising, but I mean, it's bigger than ISIS, but the fact that ISIS is the face of it is not helpful at all.
Sorry, over there.
Thank you. I'm Samir Sumaidai, the former ambassador of Iraq to the United States. Thank you for the presentation, but I just wanted to inject a little bit of nuance into this sort of binary representation of a very complex problem. I know you looked at it from so many different angles. Iraq faces a fork in the road, basically. And this is very relevant to American policy towards Iraq. Either it disintegrates and breaks up into 3 components at least, or it comes back together and forms again a national state. And the critical factor that will determine which way this is going to go is whether the next government that's formed is going to be an attempt to include everyone and make them feel part of the country. Now, I'm sorry, but I disagree that it is only ISIS that has suddenly swept through the country and controlled all of this territory. I know, I have relatives there. They live there on the ground, and I get telephone calls every day or internet when they could use it, and now they've stopped internet, telling me that people are fed up to their teeth. And anybody, ISIS, and they are saying that they will turn on ISIS when the time is right. They are talking about it already. So it is a bigger political problem. It is a conflict. Now, the way to go, I didn't hear any emphasis on the issue of sectarianism. Nadia highlighted aspects of that, and that's the most important. If we say, okay, the Shia are majority, so they are going to rule anyway. Iran wants them to rule, so we have to go along with Iran, bomb the hell out of ISIS and anybody who opposes that, and therefore so we restore order. That's not restoring order, that's buying more trouble. In the long term, the only way is to walk away from the agenda of sectarianism, which Iran, by the way, is promoting, because its only device to have influence in Iraq, its major device to have influence in Iraq is through sectarianism. The less sectarian the country is, the less influence ISIS has, and the less influence Iran has. I'd like you to comment on this specific things, the specific point of sectarianism and the influence on American policy, or the choices presented to American policy about which way to try and get the thing on the ground to move away from sectarianism or just back so-called elected government. Thank you.
Not into sectarianism. Doug can talk about Iran.
So, great comment. Thank you for this contribution. It's so true. That's what Iraq needs, a non-sectarian leader. And I want to say, how many Republican or Democratic states have somebody, a mayor, or who's from the opposite party? So it's not by default that if let the fittest run in Iraq, not whoever is Sunni or Shia. Let the people choose, because I dare say that the people themselves are not a sectarian. They want a national Iraq. It did exist. A national Iraq did exist. And actually, a lot of people don't know that 48 out of the 50 who were on the cards that the US distributed were actually Shia. So there's a lot of intermarriages in Iraq. And until the 2003 invasion, a lot of my friends didn't even know which of their parents are Shia or Sunni. So I think this is such an important point, and it needs to be #1 step to solving the solution, is to have a leader who is non-sectarian.
Sectarianism in Iraq is the problem. It comes from both sides. It's not simply the Iranians who are encouraging sectarianism. The Gulf states also have an interest in encouraging sectarianism. The Sunni citizens are clearly in the mass fed up with the current government. The significant part of the Shia citizens of Iraq have come to the conclusion that any time the Sunni citizens don't get their way, they're going to return to the Ba'ath Party and or Islamism and send car bombs into East Baghdad. The entire situation is that there's a lack of trust on both sides. And there's deep sectarianism on both sides, and that's the problem. You know, we have admittedly abuses by the central government in terms of mass roundups of Sunni citizens. You know, on the other hand, the language that was used at the protest camps to describe, you know, Shia Iraqis was deeply racist. There's no other word for it. You know, the equivalent of deeply racist terms. That has to be ratcheted down on both sides. And as I keep saying, it's both sides have to take steps towards the center to move away from this. Else we are going to divide. And very quickly, a word on division. I mean, any rational analysis is that Iraq needs to stay together. Even the Kurds, who, you know, may perhaps in their hearts want to secede, a independent Iraqi Kurdistan is landlocked. It becomes instantly a Turkish client state. You know, if the Turks tell them that Kurdish oil is only worth $10 a barrel, they're going to have no alternative to that because that's going to be their sole means of export. So that is not a situation. They cannot speak as equals to Ankara, just Erbil. The Sunni areas are utterly impoverished. There's no significant resources in those areas. They would also be landlocked. It would be Jordan without a seaport, or Somalia without a coast. A truly tragic situation. Oh, and by the way, the Kurds just moved into half their land, by the way, so that'll need to be settled out. And the Shia South would become what it's now, I think, largely falsely accused of being. I don't think Iraq is currently an Iranian client state. Were it reduced to just the southern provinces, there's no way it would be able to deal with Tehran as an equal, and it would become an Iranian client state. So a division Iraq, I think, is tragic for all three major groupings.
Great, thanks. Right there.
Well, Aberdeen, first, a bit of history. If you look at Arab and Islamic history since the Prophet died, you always had people who believe in absurdities like Al-Qaeda, like ISIS. And those people who believe in absurdities commit atrocities. Now, from my perspective, the Iraqi people will not tolerate people of that ilk. Now, ISIS has a big challenge. How will they pay the salaries of the people in Mosul, in Fallujah? You know, people eventually want to, make a living. People want to send their kids to school. But groups like this are nourished when you have vacuums, when you have repression, when you have no inclusion. And therefore, if we want to have Iraq as a strong, unified country, because I believe the Iraqis, all the Iraqis, are nationalists. They want a united Iraq. They want a strong Iraq. There has to be a political process. And maybe we should send Mr. Brahimi back to restart the reconciliation.
It's not just their tragically terrible management style, but also do they have enough? They're spread pretty thin, right? Can they really leave people behind and to actually manage any part of the country? I mean, what is their post-victory?
I think it's very unclear what they have left behind, who's managing these cities, how spread thin are they? Again, as I keep saying, facts are in really short supply as to what's going on in the north, which is why we need to figure out more very quickly.
But we know they have a lot of money. They robbed one bank and got 400 million. That's just from one robbery. They have been collecting money from citizens. They have plenty of cash from their agents. There's talk on the Baghdadi leaks of reliable Saudi source. So that's the least of their problems, but they do have other challenges.
I think Zarqawi faced the same issue, same population and same inability to really offer a better alternative. And his answer to that was, he certainly didn't think he was going to be president of Iraq at any point. He knew his days were limited. He created enough violence and chaos inside of that situation to spur something that grew out of control. And so part of this has to consider, is that the approach they're trying to take right now? That's a race against stability and chaos.
Yeah, that's the question, is chaos. I think about the revolutionary leaders throughout the time, they always had something they wanted. Castro wanted Cuba, right? I mean, not to equate those two folks, but like, I don't get the sense that he's even articulated a goal, has he?
A caliphate.
A caliphate?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's true.
May I just add one comment?
Yeah.
I think all this talk about ISIS and Al-Qaeda indirectly promotes them. They love this attention. What you guys are talking about, when you look at the US media, like this is an ISIS show. And as the ambassador said, it's not truly an ISIS show. I mean, there are tribes who are dissatisfied. There are nationalists who are dissatisfied.
That's true.
So, it's a field day for them.
I agree.
Well, it wasn't an Al-Qaeda show either. I completely agree. We lost the media spin on that one. It was a grouping of many disparate folks and opinions, everyone in the country, even at the peak of the war. Al-Qaeda globally it's not a unified thing, but we put labels on it to try and understand it somewhat.
And I think we're not giving enough credit to the important point of sectarianism and the importance of alliances, the importance of building different kinds of policies. That should be really the star, and that should be the focus. Who can accomplish this? Who can unite the Iraqi people? We need to give just as much media coverage and thought to that idea.
Sorry, move back to the first row. Sorry, go ahead, the glasses, yeah.
Hi there, my name's Aaron Gurley. I worked previously in the National Security Team for Center for American Progress, now in New York, and just an interested individual in the topic. My question is, could you speak a little more specifically about what the de facto relationship is between the U.S. and Iran now? And is there a larger role for Turkey in all of this than has been discussed so far?
Turkey?
Well, I can jump in.
Okay.
I think Turkey can play a positive role. Clearly, they are viewed as a possible leader. They were doing a lot of things before this, the Syrian revolution. How the U.S. is going to use its leverage with Turkey, it's quite unclear. I'm not aware that President Obama reached out, but the Iranian-U.S. alliance, it could not be at worse timing, to be honest, because it can easily be viewed as Sunni versus Shia, and the U.S. is shifting back to Shia, enforcing the very sectarian virus that is killing Iraq. So I think it would be a blunder for us to want Iran to solve the Iraqi problem.
I'm going to go all the way back to the guy with the world's largest baffle.
Thank you for your time. Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan TV. My question is for panel. For sure, do you think is Iraq divided between Kurds, Shia and Sunni? And what is Maliki's responsibility for this situation in Iraq? Thank you.
Who was that to?
The panel. Anyone else? Maliki's role in...
Maliki bears the most responsibility because he's the prime minister. But as I keep saying, I think all the major political figures have been unhelpful. The one example I like to give is I think we had a moment last spring where we saw Maliki and Mutlaq together bring forward a major de-Baathification bill that would have made, I think, major progress and would have been seen as a major reaching out to the Sunni community. The Shia parties, to Maliki's right, objected to that policy on policy grounds. They just had no interest in ending de-Baathification. And the other Sunni figures, to Mutlaq's right, so to speak, didn't want Mutlaq and Maliki to get a political win. And therefore, that policy did not go forward. That would have ended de-Baathification, put a grandfather clause on de-Baathification, taken the bottom one or two levels, I forget which, off the de-Baath list, and even given pensions to the Saddam Fedayeen. I think this would have been a major confidence-building measure for Iraq's Sunni citizens. And because of political wrangling that looks very familiar to those of us who watch Capitol Hill here, they just couldn't get this through. So all political figures in Iraq bear some responsibility for where we're at. Maliki, most of all, because he's the prime minister, he's in the hot seat. The buck stops with him, so to speak. But everyone, as I keep saying, needs to take steps back, move to the center, and try to get us somewhere where we can work through this.
I do think we run the risk of dangerously oversimplifying it by laying all blame on one individual. It's an incredibly complex situation. So to Doug's point, it needs to look at a much broader scope as it restructures.
And I think gathering from this conversation, there's a natural division, and it's a long-range goal to manage expectations within your own community about what victory looks like for them. Right?
But also this is one individual who is really major. I mean, Mandela was one, so don't underestimate the power of one. He could have played that role. So I don't know. I think he really bears a lot of responsibility for what's happening.
Tara.
Hi. Tara Maller with the New America Foundation Security Program and also with the Aspen Institute. I'm going to steal Fuzz's formulation, and if you were in the Oval Office with the president and he asked you what are the biggest game changers, even if they're low probability, for a worst case scenario unraveling or a best case scenario unraveling, what do you think they are? And secondly, it seems like everything we've been discussing today, well, I agree with a lot of what you said. It's so reminiscent of everything. I mean, I worked on Iraq 10 years ago, and it's the same options, the same problems, the same discussions, and the definition of insanity is talking about the same thing, expecting a different result. And I was wondering, are there any out-of-the-box, and I'm not saying I have a perfect answer either, are there any out-of-the-box ideas that have been floated around or that you've heard that might be something different rather than sort of reformulations of things that we were doing or saying or recommending 10 years ago?
It is eerily reminiscent, obviously. I think a best case scenario is that, to earlier points, we see what happened in the first decade happen much faster, where the citizenry immediately gets the buyer's remorse that I'm sure is out there, and stands up and really engages against this problem themselves, as I'm confident they will do at a certain point. The question is, at what level do we engage to drive that? And I'm referring specifically to the awakening and that whole process that took place, but took several years to get there.
I think it's important to have in mind that Iraqis do not want ISIS to be their ruler. So the first thing, if there's one thing we could do, is to actually rally around a different leader who can bring the country together.
Game changers, Doug? Out of the box?
I'm going to differ with her. I think rapprochement between the United States and Iran can be helpful. Now, obviously, then the relationship with the Gulf states is going to have to be very, very carefully managed. But I think bringing, the United States reaching out to both sides, not being seen as being an ally of only the Sunni states in the region, could significantly help move us to it's not, we're not going to move past it, take baby steps towards a post-sectarian region.
Yeah, right there.
My name is Anthony. I'm with the NCUSAR, National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations. My question is, you talk basically about the airstrikes option and also reform the government. How about the containment? You work with basically Turkey, Iran, and Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries to contain this problem, just like in Western Iraq, so it doesn't spread out to other parts of in the region.
I think it's important to think like that in parallel, but I think strictly containing the issue would leave a host of issues on the ground that we have some accountability to, obviously, given our own history, and I think an obligation to engage against. I think we just have to be very thoughtful and deliberate in how we go about that.
And also, these countries have their own interests, and they're not going to put them second of the U.S.'s interest. So if you take, for example, Saudi, most of the oil fields are in the Shia segment of the country, and if they give equal rights to the Shia or allow for Shia empowerment, they may want to have their own independence also, along with all the oil wealth. So they have their own interest, and their interest dictates their actions. So we have to keep that in mind as we try to convince them to do what's in our interest.
I think it's difficult to contain a problem that's so transnational. We know that in ISIS, while the bulk of ISIS is composed of Syrians and Iraqis, we know there are Chechens, there are Bosnians, there are Tunisians, there are Saudis. And for that matter, there are a lot of Europeans and even dozens or scores of Americans. So this is a larger transnational problem. It's kind of pulling all the jihadis into one place, which I think is perversely stabilizing for some people right now until they go home. So I don't think this is a problem that lends itself to containment. I'm certainly open to thinking about the problem in different ways. I'm not convinced that's going to get us too much purchase.
The camera. Yeah, I'm the guy standing next to the camera. Yeah, sorry.
My name is Phil Mastretta. Is this working?
Yep.
Former assistant IG with the Special IG for Iraq, former senior advisor in the AFPAC office of the Pentagon, and a former senior advisor to governments in both Kabul and Baghdad. I have one observation and one question. First of all, I think, and this is in line somewhat with the young lady over here who spoke a moment ago, it's important to have a sense of history, particularly the last 10 or 12 years of this complex situation, to make sure we don't make the same mistakes, of which there were many, and to understand our responsibilities as well as our national interests in the region. My question is, where is the sense of urgency? We've talked a lot about the long-term problems and the complexities. It's my understanding, this is based just on press reports, that ISIS has captured territory within 70 or 80 miles of Baghdad, captured massive amounts of arms and ammunition, and maybe some heavy weapons, thanks to the collapse of the Iraqi security forces. They seized almost $500 million from the Mosul branch of the Central Bank of Iraq. That funds a lot of activity for a long time. as well as social services. And it's my understanding they are setting up social services, courts, intelligence services throughout the areas that they control. Where's the sense of urgency? This seems to me an impending disaster. Thanks.
I don't think we have a sense of urgency, and that's why I think the president has made exactly the right decision in letting the situation develop and gather more information. If ISIL were continuing to progress south towards Baghdad at the same speed they moved from Mosul to Tikrit, well, then we'd be in an entirely different situation. But it does not appear that Baghdad is in any imminent danger of falling. The heavy weapons that were captured, they're not going to be able to use. They'll, you know, if they have a tank, they'll shoot the rounds that are in it, and then it'll break down, and that won't impact. Now, the trucks that they've captured, the small arms that they've captured, that's real. They got a lot of money, but as our guest here in the front row pointed out, they also inherited a whole bunch of people. And if you're just having to pay your own salaries, $500 million lasts a long time. If you have to finance the entire city of Mosul, I'm not sure that gets you through the next 3 weeks. So I don't think we need a sense of urgency. If Baghdad were about to fall, then yeah, we'd have a sense of urgency. Baghdad's not about to fall. We can take some time to let the situation develop.
I disagree strongly. I don't think, even though ISIS only has 10 or 11,000 hardcore fighters, those numbers seem to be growing. Again, these are by press reports, by the hundreds, if not thousands. The danger is not that they'll take Baghdad, even in the limited sense that we took Baghdad in 2003 with about 10,000 troops in the city. The problem is that they'll create constant instability, and we'll end up with Swiss cheese sovereignty. They won't be able to control and rule the country. They won't govern from Baghdad with a central government and an efficient administration. They'll just create a mess, a worse mess. So I think it's entirely inappropriate to say that we have time and there's no sense of urgency.
I totally agree with everything you said, but that horse is out of the barn. You know, this territory is held. It's, you know, if we go take it back, that would be, if the Iraqi government goes and takes it back, that's going to be ugly. So given the situation that we have right now, I think it's very prudent to take it very slowly and let this situation develop. I mean, they're not moving any further. They're not, you know, with the Baiji refinery accepted, which is kind of an island in the middle of all the one little island of government control, such as it is. Again, facts are scarce. In the middle of all this territory that they've held. That aside, the lines seem pretty stable at the moment.
I disagree strongly. I think there should be a huge sense of urgency, because if you look at the narrative of all terrorist organizations, this is a victory for them. They should not be allowed to have. The narrative needs to say, think of new recruits, think of young people who may want to join. Yeah, you held on to arms and then you were squashed, and this is victory. So there needs to be an addressing of this problem ASAP. I think it is very urgent, and every piece of land they own is a potential land to train, to even foreign fighters, so it's really, it needs to be tackled as a global problem, not an Iraq problem.
I'll let Chris go with another question.
I think look, I think we've learned some hard lessons about taking urgent action going back a decade. And was it Prince Turki Faisal said, I hope you're as deliberate in your withdrawal from Iraq as you were undeliberate as your entry. And I think there's a key lesson there. And if we're, you know, I completely agree with the idea and the dangers there, but urgently do what? I think we urgently need to build coalitions, think about the end state we want to create, and then take appropriate actions. I can urgently deploy thousands of forces. The question is, what does that get us in the near term?
Yeah, I guess the question is it the same as Zarqawi? What's different? Can we learn lessons? Is the lessons from the Zarqawi moment patience?
It's certainly different. It's certainly different than Zarqawi, but it's not different than it was 90 days ago. I mean, we have a difference of degree. The Islamic State in Iraq and Syria is bigger than it was 45 days ago, but it's not any different in kind. You know, now there are now safe havens in Mosul. There have been safe havens in Fallujah and al-Raqqa for a year now. It's bigger. It's on our screen now. But in terms of the danger that it presents to the West, in the terms of the danger to the narrative, in terms of attracting jihadist recruits from around the world,
it hasn't become instantly an existential
it's no
threat.
different than it was 45 days ago.
Okay, cool. Yeah, up here. We have time for this and one more question.
One with Phoenix Television. You talked about the political and social issues in Iraq and long-term solutions, but in the meantime, U.S. is sending up to 300 troops to Iraq. So in the foreseeable future, in the next few weeks, how effectively do you think they can advise or they can help the Iraq force to, I don't know what to achieve, to push the ISIS back to the north, or what they achieve, but how effective that the U.S. can help the Iraq force to stabilize the current situation?
I think a military aid by the U.S. cannot be effective unless it is simultaneously carried out with a political solution, unless two of them are at the same time replacing Maliki, getting a more progressive, more inclusive leader alongside training. They have to be happening simultaneously, or else it's not going to be effective, in my opinion.
I would offer that same idea, but slightly off. I think the biggest risk is these are good troops. They'll be able to show momentum, depending on what assets are given and what sort of relationships they'll be able to create with the army. The risk is those wins allow the second more important narrative to fall to the wayside. And so that both of them need equal attention in not only in closed door, but in the public sphere. Is if we're going to go in and create momentum, it needs to be in support of this sort of longer term stability. I think what we're seeing right now is a classic, what's called in the counterinsurgency world, a weak win, where you've basically put your boot on their neck for many years, and as soon as you move the boot, give it a year, 2 years, however many long it takes to reorganize, and some sort of movement will re-engage.
Big hand way in the back. You win by being taller.
Thomas Risberg from the Convergence Center for Policy Resolution. My question is, you said there's no non-sectarian leader that you can see. What about Ayad Alawi? And is he playing any role? Does he have credibility in the country? And then to the extent that there's a choice between democracy and sectarianism, do we have to start at least being open to the possibility of having a secular strongman, and that's what it needs?
We never said there is no such a thing. We said we need to bring such a person, but we didn't say he doesn't exist. Of course he does. Iraq is actually one of the most secular countries in the Arab world. So, I mean, it's compared to many other countries, they have much deeper roots in secularism. So that's, I know he must exist, this leader.
Or she. Who, do you have any names?
We have one sitting in the front row right here.
On that note, thanks to Peter Bergen, who sends his regards, and thanks to Bailey Cahall and her great team for doing this tonight. Thanks.
Billionaires are hoarding piles of cash, CNBC. And then it goes on to break down, as the Financial Times reported over the weekend, as well as the Telegraph, elites are hoarding gold at a record level while using paper put options and paper naked shorts to try to artificially drive down the price of gold. And that's all come out now. That's admitted, but we're going to get into why they're doing it. So billionaires are hoarding piles of cash. That's just one article out of about 200 dealing with that. We're going to be breaking it down. Here's another stack. 130,000 Syrian refugees, Christians fleeing ISIS, seek refuge in Turkey, who's openly financing ISIS. And the bombing campaigns have begun by Barack Obama, the Peace Prize winner, supposedly against ISIS. But the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria have said, no, this is a pretext to move forces in and take down Assad, which is what it is. And Israel shot down a fighter bomber, a Syrian fighter bomber that was bombing al-Qaeda positions on the Syrian-Israeli border in the Golan Heights in Israel, shot it down. Israel shot it down. Let me tell you who was really bombing IS yesterday. Syrian aircraft in the Golan Heights near the Israeli border, fighter bomber coming in low in fierce battles with al-Qaeda. AP reports that. In fierce battles with IS. And Israel shot down the Syrian aircraft. First time that's happened in 30 years, AP reports. 30 years since that happened. And now Israel is saying they did it on purpose. They say it came a little bit in their airspace. The people out there that support Israel just mindlessly, Israel's diverse. Israel has a lot of different political views and 5 or 6 political parties. Even if you aren't against Israel or pro-Israel, you need to be able to criticize Israel when it's doing bad things. Just like I don't like our government arming ISIS. I don't like Israel giving field support to ISIS and the jihadis and medical support. That's been in the Israeli papers for a year, that Israel is supporting the jihadis to bring down Syria. And the argument's, well, we don't like Syria. This'll, what, to then turn it over to the jihadis? That's how you completely lose the moral high ground. And people know I've not been a critic of Israel, but I tell you, this makes me want to throw up. Just like it makes me want to throw up about Saudi Arabia, but what do you expect? Or our corrupt government. Look at this article out of Euronews. Syrian fighter jet shot down by Israel over the Golan Heights. First such incident in almost 30 years. Israel shot down a Syrian fighter jet over the Golan Heights. Syria has described the shooting as an act of aggression. Think so? Earlier, the Israeli military said it appeared the Syrian plane had crossed by accident into Israeli-controlled airspace over the Golan Heights. The area has been the scene of fierce battles in recent weeks between the al-Qaeda-linked al-Nusra Front and the forces of the Syrian government and President Bashar Assad. So that's what's really going on when you try to bomb ISIS. Not when you go out and bomb a couple of Toyota trucks parked on a hilltop. Looks completely rigged.
You are watching the best of the Alex Jones Show, weekdays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central. Watch live at Infowars.com/show or become a member of InfoWarsNews.com and help us take resistance to the next level.
The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, is a group so vicious and unmanageable that al-Qaeda expelled them in February of 2014. ISIS uses the ever-expanding safe haven straddling the Iraq-Syria border to pursue a regional Sunni caliphate. Originally intent on striking the regime in Damascus, ISIS has more frequently battled an array of Syrian opposition forces who in turn suspect ISIS of colluding with President Assad. Iraqis dominate ISIS leadership, operate robust local and international funding schemes, and lead several thousand foreign fighters from more than 70 countries in their assault on Iraq's Shiite-dominated government. What do these dramatic developments mean for an already volatile Middle East and the wider world?
The question the country has to think through is whether it's possible to effectively create an alternative government in Iraq without the acquiescence of Iran and, you know, the person who is really the key stakeholder now, I would say, who's the head of the Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani. Is it possible to think about pulling this country back together without Iran on that shit? And my answer would be no. That if you want to go it without Iran, you'll effectively cement the partition of Iraq without any hope, worse, of having a formula for over time pulling it back together.
You cannot make decisions regarding the two holiest places in Shia Islam
by excluding the Iranians. You cannot make decisions regarding a country that's on their border by excluding Iran. Even though Iran is in every piece of U.S. policy, whether it be the nuclear issues, support to terrorism, energy security, economic issues, it's all out there. They have morphed from what we would call a terrorist group maybe as recently as 3 or 4 months ago into actually I would consider to be a terrorist army. So it's a problem like we haven't seen, quite frankly, since the towers went down in 9/11. I would offer this too, is that with this morphing, they also have demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of the use of propaganda in the modern world. They've done things with Twitter, with the internet, with all sorts of modern IT communication, which extends their ability to create fear and intimidation in ways that no other terrorist group, I think, has applied so far. I think they're way ahead of Al-Qaeda. But of course, the question remains, how do you stop ISIL, since they're the ones that are actually generating this chaos and this crisis? This is my view. I would offer to you that ISIL is an evil force, and I would offer to you they can only be stopped by force. And I don't think they have any interest in negotiating in any way that makes sense to us in the 21st century. It's an extension of what we see in the post-9/11 environment.
Is it possible to do effective targeting? And the answer for the moment, I think, is no, but will soon be sort of. And so I think one reason that we're sending these additional advisors is to have people on the ground who can get the kind of information that's only available when you're there. It has been reported that we have so-called ISR surveillance resources in the air over the key parts of Iraq now, and so that tells you that given the extraordinary capabilities the U.S. has, better information is on the way. So if I was an ISIS cadre, I would not be sleeping well.
What accounts for the appeal of ISIS? If you're a Sunni in Iraq, it's pretty clear. Revenge against a Shia government that's alienated you, brought violence to your family. A lot of reasons. If you may be a purist and you believe in what ISIS says about reestablishing the Sunni Islamic Caliphate, of bringing religion and the practice of Islam back to the time of the ancestors, the Salafs, then that's appealing to you. If you are a Sunni from other parts of the world, then you're a sectarian. It's the battle against the Shia. In a previous project, I was in Peshawar, Pakistan. I interviewed a leading journalist who said, don't forget what Zarqawi, remember the initial originator of this group, said when bin Laden and Zawahiri, Al-Qaeda core leadership, wrote to him and said, stop killing Shia, stop beheading Americans, it's not good for public relations, et cetera, et cetera. And he returned a message saying, anti-Americanism is learned behavior, anti-Shiism is innate. If you're a foreign fighter, it's adventure, it's a legitimate jihad in the eyes of many people. It gives you purpose. If you're a sectarian, again, opportunity also to return home with credibility in a place where you may have been marginalized in every way, and to bring violence back home.
One of the great counterterrorism tools that the United States can bring to the table around the world is jobs. Yeah. I have a very strong belief that jobs and the things that we have done here in our own country make a significant difference, because I've talked to young men, if they had a job and they had a sense they could support their family, raise their children, and actually make something of their lives, it becomes more difficult for them to sit there and listen over a period of 3 or 4 nights in a row to a recruiter for Al-Qaeda or now ISIL. Yeah.
Our security response cannot be only with the central government at this time because of the complexity of what has happened in Iraq.
As the immediate crisis ebbs, because right now we've got a 3-alarm fire to put out, but as it ebbs, to lead a process drawing in the key regional powers, balancing Saudi Arabia and Iran finally, so that this insane Sunni-Shia fratricide will have an end point. Bringing in the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, all of whom have an interest in stopping this process of disintegration, and taking the lead in thinking, what's this part of the world going to look like under some new structure?
Without a political settlement or a progress on the political settlement, an attack alone can on the ISIS can, you know, there are all going to be all kinds of complications that David talked about knowing where they are or how mixed they are with others, how urgent where the target is that must be dealt with. But I believe that an airstrike alone can degrade the threat, but will not fundamentally change the situation. Kind of a marriage of diplomacy to get the political situation right, as the ambassador said, to get the people on your side to be able to win against the extremists and terrorists, and then to apply the military measure. But we all know, I mean, at least my judgment is, absent that, you would have a perhaps de jure, if not de facto, division and instability for some time to come. Once you get into the programmatic of what it is that you're going to do, I mean, assuming a post-assessment, and the assessment comes with, here is a kind of the military capability that exists that we could invest in and build up and provide them this capability. I'm putting on the table that assessment should include what are the local forces and elements that need to be taken into account, because in the first instance, if they switch from ISIS and work against ISIS, assuming the other things are in place, which is a big assumption, you would need people on the ground, because I agree with David that the central forces going back and taking all these places may be difficult. David has put some other option on the table, but putting that aside for the moment, one of the elements has got to be local forces, local leaders.
Regional powers, especially Jordan, are nervous about this open U.S. military involvement in their country, and would do it only if there's political cover that makes them feel comfortable. So I just would float the idea that for this stabilization force, and you could actually imagine a similar force going into the Sunni areas of Iraq. I mean, the idea that the Iraqi army is going to retake Mosul, I don't think that's going to happen, folks. But it's possible that some stabilization force working with tribal leaders could begin over time to bring a degree of stability.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, you know, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS.
This is yet another story that they just keep on building up the bullshit. Now, it's now 28th of December, and we're told now that on the 13th of November, the US rock band, the basically unknown, except in Israel, US rock band, Eagles of Death Metal, were the targets. Yes, that's right. Jihadis globally, I mean, Eagles of Death Metal are all the rage in Kabul. Yes, ISIS are really targeting them. He's the lead singer, Jesse Hughes, who's covered in satanic tattoos. Looks like he needs a good scrub, and is a devout Christian. Actually, he's got one of those paid diplomas of some sort of church that you can just buy a diploma. It's a very, very odd kind of Christian, really. And it says here, one jihadi was heard shouting, "Where's the singer?" as the band fled the stage. Well, maybe they should look in the direction of the stage to find out where the singer is if they're that keen on It's funny how the person they want to target is escaping through the back door and onto the first flight to California to meet all his Californian chums. No doubt Mickey Willis and Caitlyn Jenner were at the airport to welcome Jesse Hughes, Christian indeed. Nicknamed the Devil, Hughes is a fierce supporter of gun ownership. Yeah, he's a devout Christian and his nickname is the Devil. And their signature song is Kiss the Devil. Right, that's a pretty weird kind of Christianity to me. But then again, chilling details. I love the word chilling. Islamic terror shouted, "Where are the Yanks?" It emerged today. It's another signature expression when they don't know what they're talking about. When they're making things up, they say things like, "It emerged." The attempted assassination. Who the hell is Jesse Hughes anyway? He's not JFK, for Christ's sake. Emerged as investigators continue to examine evidence. Yeah. People believe it. It's frightening that most people seem to believe this shit. And look at all these people with their little satanic hand gestures, devil horns. But again, this may well be a photoshopped picture, and it could be that this picture was taken on a previous occasion. I mean, for sure, the Bataclan, the Bataclan Theatre, incidentally, had been for 40 years under the ownership of a dual national Israeli brothers, and they sold it on September the 11th, right? Yeah, and November the 13th, Friday the 13th, it was used in this event. What a convenient timing it was. Just as well they sold it, isn't it? Oh, that was a close call. 3 suicide bombers working for Islamic State killed 90 of them. Where are the funerals for all these people? Which hospitals did they go to? Let's have more details about these so-called victims. Most of them seem to be Americans on holiday or Australians with arses made out of concrete. Just having a coffee here, hold on. Just after the Eagles ran off stage. Yeah. One of the killers shouted, "Where's the singer? Where are the Yanks?" And which language was he speaking? Was he saying this in French? Or was he saying it in English for the benefit of crisis actress Emma Parkinson? Right? Where is the singer? Where are the Yanks? Imagine that. You're shooting Kalashnikov bullets all over the place, and you take time out for the massacre to shout hammy script lines. He then started playing a discarded xylophone. Yeah, that's right. You're just massacring. You end up killing 130 people, but you have time to play a discarded xylophone. Do you know what? By making the story so implausible, they kind of make it, in the eyes of most people, more believable. Because giving this little detail and building up the storyline with little bits and pieces is what, in our dysfunctional age, is evidence for the rabble, the sheep. Okay, I mean, a little bit of thought would easily show this to be a fake story, but that little bit of thought is beyond. Now, I myself, I mean, none of my family members will even talk to me, and I don't think I'm a bad person, actually. I think I'm a pretty decent bloke, really, quite an honourable man. But the reason they won't talk to me, well, partly it's historical grievances, I suppose, but they all know broadly what I'm up to, and they equate it with some sort of political extremism. In other words, if you don't trust the government, you're an extremist. Or if you don't think Muslims did 9/11, that means you're anti-Semitic. So if you want to prove to people you're not anti-Semitic, you have to be a hater of Muslims. Yes, you know, if you want to be a nice member of society and be promoted in David Cameron's cabinet, this useless piece of shit, then you have to prove yourself not anti-Semitic by blaming innocent Muslims for things they didn't do. Okay. The devil is a passionate supporter of gun ownership and has controversial far-right views on a range of subjects. You see, what they're trying to do here is to try and get this guy to try and win over some skeptics on the right wing. Jesse Hughes is not a passionate supporter of anything apart from filling his pockets with money. That's his passion. Jesse Hughes is not a Christian, and I don't doubt very much whether Jesse Hughes cares about gun ownership. In fact, he'd be rather unlikely to care about it if the official story is true. Yeah. In a film called Redemption of the Devil, released just before the attacks, the devout Christian, what a nice timing that was. Look at him. Jesus, what a hipster. Look at all these flowers. And many of these flowers seem to be turned upside down for some reason. Not sure. But this is the type of bullshit shrine that, and you see, everyone's been kept well away so that Jesse Hughes and these fakers can, and of course you don't need, even this shrine doesn't have to be real. I'm sure there must be a lot of people in Paris who've got questions about all this. Surely you can't fool an entire city. I mean, the French are, they're pretty ordinary people. I mean, if their baguette is delivered 5 minutes late, there's a riot. So surely, look, there we are, he's having a little cry with Santa. Oh, look at them. The emotion. The emotion. Where are the onions? Hughes supports controversial US presidential hopeful Donald Trump. Yeah. Hughes produced a radio pod. You see, this is all fakery. I mean, this is all theatre. In order, they're trying to get it to look as if this liar is somehow. Look at this man without any clothes on. Yeah, right. Sure. Oh, Jesse Hughes, you're so hip. Despite this, the security was minimal on the night, with just a handful of unarmed doormen. The doorman managed to let in all these men armed with guns. Yeah, very useful, I would have thought. But this bullshit. Let's see. The best rated comments are usually pretty stupid. No, you see, unfortunately, it still looks as if most people are buying all this, and it is very difficult to tell people. Yes, well, it seems as if most people buying this story, and unfortunately, people just can't get it. They can't see it. They can't go there, and it's very difficult to tell them, or even ask them to look at this issue. You'll only get abuse, and that's why most of us don't want to do it. So the few of us who do know, and this is bloody obvious really, end up talking to each other over and over again, broadly agreeing with each other and arguing over, minutiae, whether or not, what colour underpants the terrorists were supposedly using, It's a nonsense, and we end up even falling out with each other as we get all frustrated, because it's so frustrating to see this. It's so clear, it's so fucking obvious, and yet even though it's really, really obvious, people don't see it. They don't want to see it. They can't see it, and it really is horribly, horribly obvious. And have a bit more coffee here. Well, it's all very disappointing, and but I mean, the idea that who the hell are these people, and why would Muslims in Paris be particularly interested in this group that honestly almost no one has heard of? By the way, on Amazon, people are claiming that, this band were well known and all the rest of it. If you've got an Amazon account, why don't you go over to the Eagles of Death Metal and leave some reviews of their... I mean, you might try listening to some of their music first so that you're not... I mean, the issue isn't so much their music. The issue is more, which is, I'm pretty sure, diabolical. But the issue is really that these people are fakers who are participating in a massive fraud on the public. It's a massive fraud on the public. It can only lead to trouble. So, I mean, what the hell are we supposed to do about it? That's the problem. The depth of stupidity is so deep. And people have also painted themselves into a corner. Now people have believed this. Most people are not prepared to man up and say, you know what, I was wrong. I was wrong. You know, the first redemption comes from being honest about your own mistakes. But the public are so stupid, and they've committed themselves so heavily to stupidity, that instead of, they're not willing or able to man up and say, you know what, I was fooled. I was fooled. Do you know what? Have you ever met anyone who said, you know what, I used to believe all this bullshit? Is there anyone out there who used to believe all this bullshit? I've been pretty clear on 9/11. You see, when 9/11 first happened, I actually didn't have a television, and I only knew about it from second-hand sources. In fact, I must have been one of the last people in London to know 9/11 happened. I was walking around the streets, and I noticed the streets were pretty empty, but I didn't know about it, and it took me several hours until the evening before I realized what had happened. But I didn't have a television, and at that time, but no one tried to tell me. In all the years before I discovered for myself that these things were false, I never met one person who took time out to tell me that these things were fake. Right? So this is the problem. I think we need to tell people about it, and then if they've heard it, then at least they won't have the excuse, well, no one ever told me. You have to realize that the vast majority of people do not know anyone, have not met anyone who knows these things to be false. And perhaps if you took time out to tell them, well, they'll probably show you the door, as a matter of fact. And it's very difficult, because you might find that people who used to be friendly with will shun you, because it is considered a horrible faux pas in our society to dispute versions of events that have been sanctioned by the government and media, right? But on the other hand, if these are the kind of people who are your friends, you might be better off without them, and you can still make friends with people like me. And the only problem I find is that I really would like to know some of you guys, you know, personally, on a friendly basis, but I'm not able to, because most of us are so scared of getting in touch. People use anonymous names, they don't want to give out their phone number, they're very, very wary, they're scared of what might happen to them, they're frightened of implications that might interfere with their family. You know, there are all kinds of problems that are associated with being a truth seeker. And I don't blame you 1 second if you're nervous about it. It is normal to be nervous, and it is understandable. But if none of us take the risks, then unfortunately we're going to be stuck in this situation forever. And after all, even if you feel that you can take part in this, your children will also be involved, and you don't want them to inherit such a world like this. Thank you for listening.
And as we've just heard, the US is under pressure to review its strategy against ISIL, with the Iraqi leadership saying publicly that airstrikes aren't working. The US has launched more than 4,000 strikes against ISIL targets, but they've failed to stop the group's advance. ISIL is now believed to control nearly half of Syria and about a third of Iraq. ISIL captured the last Iraqi government border crossing earlier this week, allowing its fighters to move freely between Syria and Iraq. Analysts say the fall of Ramadi was avoidable and should be the catalyst for the US to rethink its operation. They say it's significant because it raises doubts over the security forces' capability to recapture Iraq's second city, Mosul, from ISIL control. Well, let's go to Phyllis Bennis now. She's a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies, joining me live from Washington, D.C. Always great to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Ms. Bennis, I think that most people at this stage, apart from the U.S. State Department themselves, are saying that the U.S. strategy, the coalition strategy, isn't working. Will more militarization, which is what the Iraqis seem to be asking for, is that the answer here?
No, it's absolutely the wrong answer. I think part of the problem has been that the whole focus of U.S. strategy has been based on a military plan, despite the consistent statements from President Obama on down through every U.S. official, when they keep repeating there is no military solution. And yet, all of their actions are military. It's not surprising that they are losing. It's a very fluid situation on the ground. At any moment, one or another position of both ISIS and the U.S.-backed Iraqi military could shift. But the overall problem is that a military solution is not possible. What we're hearing now is that the main response of the U.S. to the seizure of Ramadi is to send 1,000 new anti-tank missiles. Now that's going to decimate the city even further. It's not going to solve the problem. And yet this seems to be the only thing that the U.S. is planning to do. We're hearing that Russia is now sending arms to the Iraqi military. Iran clearly has been sending arms and training Iraqi military, and the U.S. is. So if the U.S. and Russia and Iran can all be united in supporting one side in Iraq, why can't they launch new serious negotiations both around the crisis in Iraq and to end the civil war in Syria? This is what's needed. New diplomacy, new kinds of efforts towards an arms embargo. There needs to be massive increases in the amount of support for refugees. And none of this is getting the attention that a failed military strategy is getting right now.
And what we're seeing now with the renewed military strategy to gain back some of the recent significant territory lost to ISIL is the rise of these Shia militias playing this really big role in the fight against ISIL. I want to ask you, given that sectarianism is one of the key issues that led to the rise of ISIL in the first place, and what role do you see these Shia militias playing in the sectarian divide, the problems that already exist?
Yeah. I think that the role of the Shia militias is perhaps the strongest military force available right now to the Iraqi army, to the Iraqi government, which doesn't have a viable military of its own at this point, but it is guaranteed to worsen the sectarian divide. This isn't simply a sectarian divide between two equal sides, Sunni and Shia, that are challenging each other in some way. We're dealing with a scenario in which the Sunni community in Iraq has been not just discriminated against, but has faced massive arrests, torture in the prisons, extrajudicial murders of its communities, bombing of Sunni towns. So the distrust of the government is absolutely profound. And it's part of the reason for the strength of ISIS militarily. They are not fighting alone. They are getting support from military leaders who were once part of Saddam Hussein's military, who provide military strategic planning, training, etc. They are getting support from Sunni tribal militias and Sunni tribal leaders who don't agree with the extremism of ISIS, but see it as a lesser evil to this incredibly sectarian government, who even with the new Prime Minister Abadi, talks a good talk about the need for unification, the need for ending sectarianism, but the practice of his government, the actions of his government, particularly if you look at the military and the intelligence agencies, has not changed since the bad old days of Nouri al-Maliki. All of them backed by the United States, all of them first put in power by the United States when it invaded and occupied Iraq. So this is very much the result of U.S. strategy in the region that's gone on now for more than a decade. And it's making it worse every time the U.S. sends bombs, because what gets cheered here in Washington, oh great, we got the bad guys, is seen in Iraq by Iraqi Sunnis as one more piece of evidence that the U.S. is acting as the air force of the Kurds, the air force of the Shia, against the Sunnis. So the military actions of the United States and its allies is simply making the situation worse.
Phyllis Bennis from the Institute for Policy Studies joining us from Washington, D.C. there. Thank you very much for your time. Now, Saudi Arabia says it's identified the suicide bomber.
Well, thank you very much to the Institute for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here. My goal this afternoon is twofold. I want to explain and assess how we've arrived at this point of crisis again in the Middle East with respect to the rise of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. And I also want to provide a brief assessment and critique of Obama's strategy with respect to ISIS. Will it work? What are its strengths? What are its weaknesses? And if there's time left, I'll sort of insert my own set of policy recommendations in terms of how things should ideally move forward. This is a topic that's not going away anytime soon. President Obama has stated on several occasions that this question, this particular issue, is going to be with us for several years forthcoming. It will, I think, shape the politics of the Middle East in the coming years. I suspect President Obama will have to hand this issue over to the next administration. And I think it's for those reasons that because this is going to be on the agenda not only of the Middle East, but of the entire world for the next several years, it's important that the international community, Europeans, Americans, and others really start to think seriously and get educated on this particular subject. And that's why I've come here today to Dublin, and I'm happy for the opportunity to share with you some thoughts. Before I begin, I'll just show you a few slides just to sort of set the stage and establish a framework. There's some really good ISIS resources. A couple of weeks ago, the American television station PBS provided what I think is perhaps the most incisive backgrounder to the rise of ISIS. It's in two parts. I strongly recommend you look at it. It's online. If you want a good sort of background sort of look at the Islamic State, that documentary, which I showed to my students just before coming here, is really wonderful. And our website for the center that I direct, the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Denver, has an ISIS resource page that I'm happy to show to you. It provides, I think, some of the most useful links and background information on ISIS in all its various dimensions. And it's, I think, a great resource for people who are sort of thinking about this issue and want to know more about it. ISIS has expanded, surprising to everyone, within a short period of time to occupy a piece of real estate in the middle of the Middle East, about the size of Great Britain, but 81,000 square miles in the heart of the Middle East across the Iraq-Syrian border. I think that map here on the right sort of gives you a rough sort of layout of where the ISIS sort of proposed so-called Islamic State exists, and as you can see, the big challenge is that they are on the outskirts of Baghdad. That's how far they've expanded in a very short time. And so the big question here in terms of trying to understand this topic is, how did we get here? And critically, what's the best analytical framework to use to try and explain the rise of ISIS? Is this problem fundamentally a problem due to something inherent within Islamic culture or Arabic culture? President Obama has spoken on several occasions of this problem of ancient sectarian hatreds in the Middle East between Sunni and Shia. Are we witnessing today some sort of Muslim version of the Christian wars of religion of the 16th and 17th century? Or is the problem with ISIS fundamentally due to the legacy of the American Anglo invasion of Iraq in 2003? What's the best entry point and point of departure to understand this particular topic? Now, my own view on how best to interpret this particular crisis, the rise of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, is that I think we are experiencing this particular problem primarily as a result of the convergence of two sets of political processes and issues that, when brought together, I think broadly explains how we got to where we are today with the rise of the Islamic State. And these two issues are, first and foremost, the very sordid and negative legacy of the politics of authoritarianism and despotism of the post-colonial Arab state, meshing with and converging with the predictable consequences of state breakdown and collapse. And it's, I think, important in this context to ask the question, why Iraq and Syria? Why is it in Iraq and Syria that the Islamic State has arisen, established territory, and has laid claim to a piece of real estate? Why is this not happening in other parts of the Arab Islamic world? And I think the reason and the answer to that question is because it's primarily in Iraq and Syria where you have the most negative legacy of the post-colonial Arab tyrannies that have destroyed and deeply shaken up and ravaged these societies. If you were to sort of put on a spectrum and compare the human rights record, the state-society relations, the form and character of political rule of all of the 22 countries of the Arab League, Iraq and Syria should be located at the extreme end of a spectrum of repression. The Ba'athist rule in these two countries was the most sordid, was the most horrific, was the most destructive. And I think that has left a particular legacy in terms of societal consequences. Also in Iraq and Syria, these are the two countries that have been most adversely affected by the consequences of war and state breakdown. Take Iraq, for example. For the last 35 years approximately, Iraq has been facing some form of war in one form or the other. 8 years of war with Iran, Iraq, a brief interim period, then the Iraq-Kuwait crisis, incredibly robust and intrusive draconian sanctions that destroyed Iraqi civil society. And then in 2003 until today, the American invasion and occupation of Iraq, which has really broken that society apart in many ways. And then in neighboring Syria, similar situation. Since 2011, you've had an uprising, a conflict that has deeply shaken Syrian society. The nature of the conflict in Syria for the last 3.5 years has been borderline genocidal, and that's not something that a word that I use lightly. If you read the human rights documentation on Syria, the terms state-sanctioned war crimes and crimes against humanity litter the documentary record with respect to Syria. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the UN Special Commission of Inquiry, all of them sort of have copiously documented in over 40 collective reports what has taken place in that country, replete with chemical weapons, torture archipelago, the mass arrest, industrial-scale killings, the biggest refugee crisis of the 21st century, a global health crisis, a rape crisis. The nature of the conflict in Syria today has been described, I think, accurately by the United Nations on several occasions as the biggest humanitarian and moral crisis of the 21st century. That has destroyed Syrian society. And it's as a result of these two interwoven and overlapping processes of the legacy of political authoritarianism and state breakdown that you see in these two parts of the Arab Islamic world, a set of social conditions that have provided an opportunity, a ripe sort of set of social conditions for this type of militant extremism to emerge and to provide for some people an alternative sort of project for the future. So I think that's really the broad, I think, entry point for understanding how we got to this particular point of view. But there's other things that have been happening at the same time that I think explain why ISIS has emerged in these two parts of the world. The question of the political legitimacy of the state in Iraq post-2003 is a big part of the problem here. In the eyes of Iraq's 20% Sunni population, as a result of the rise of Shia political parties in Baghdad, over the course of the last 10 to 12 years, the Sunni population in Iraq has been marginalized, discriminated against, persecuted, and this is largely a function of, I think, of the policies of Nouri al-Maliki, who has pursued these policies of Shia preference and also Sunni exclusion that has turned large segments of the Sunni population away from the central government, and some of them are sympathizing now with ISIS as a group that perhaps can address and be a voice for Sunni grievances in the context of Iraq. That has provided a certain sort of territory in a population that is in many ways sympathetic to an alternative political project, in this case the ISIS project. And unless that particular issue is sort of addressed, the question of the future stability of Iraq cannot be resolved. And so the question of the political legitimacy of the state in Baghdad is a big part of the problem. And that same problem, exists in the context of Syria. The only difference is it's 1,000 times worse, because in the eyes of most Syrians, 70% at least who are Sunni, they view the government in Damascus as not only being a repressive fascist dictatorship, but they also feel alienated by a regime that is dominated by an Alawite sort of religious group and that has in the past 3.5 years, persecuted and destroyed most of of society, not to mention the 41-year rule of the House of Assad that has left a very sordid legacy. And so I think that's a big problem of the alienation and the marginalization of groups that have destroyed the political legitimacy of the two states, and has provided an opportunity for ISIS to then step in and say, look, there's no future for you in your existing states. The legacy of political tyranny teaches us that we need to turn elsewhere. Come and join our Islamic State. That's the way forward, and that's unfortunately an idea and a message that has resonance in the eyes of some people in Iraq and Syria. Now, of course, Syria, I think, is really key also to understanding from a geostrategic and an international perspective how we got to this particular moment. As I've said before, all roads lead to Damascus, and what I mean by that is that we are dealing with the ISIS crisis as a result primarily of the failure of the international community to take seriously and to respond effectively to the crisis in Syria that began in the context of the Arab Spring in March 2011. The story of ISIS really, begins. You can begin it in different places, but generally it begins in the context of 2003, in the aftermath of the American occupation of Iraq. Sunni militancy emerges. A big part of that is Al-Qaeda, an Al-Qaeda franchise in Iraq. But what happens to that Al-Qaeda franchise in Iraq as a result of the American troop surge, as a result of this Sunni awakening plan that tried to sort of buy off and win over Sunni tribes back to an allegiance with the central government in Baghdad. If you look at what happened to this Al-Qaeda movement that emerged in Iraq after the American occupation, by around 2011, by the time American troops were planning on moving out of Iraq, Al-Qaeda in Iraq is basically a broken movement. It's defeated militarily, largely speaking. It's defeated ideologically. It's a shadow of its former self. But what happens in 2011 is you have the Arab Spring uprisings. And of course, the Arab Spring comes to Syria at that time. And it's a direct result of the crackdown, the brutality, the ferocity of the Assad regime's response to a citizens' revolt, and the militarization of that revolt, that an opportunity emerges for the remnants of Al-Qaeda in Iraq to move over into Syria, take advantage of a power vacuum, and within a couple of years to sort of reconstitute themselves to become the most prominent and efficient and powerful group among the Syrian rebel forces that are fighting Assad. If you think about the whole question of Syria over the last 3.5 years, when the uprising began in Syria in March 2011, there was no militant Islamic presence to be found. There was no radical Sunni presence. It was a citizens' revolt. It was largely sectarian, largely nonviolent. But that changes as a result of primarily Assad's crackdown, also as a result of the intervening sort of intervention of neighboring states, Saudi Arabia and Iran in particular, but also because the international community really chose not to come to the aid of the moderate Syrian rebels who, did have a presence, I think, in the early parts of the Syrian uprising, but were effectively abandoned and left to themselves, and that created an opportunity for other groups to step in. And ISIS emerges, by 2013 as a major force to dominate the landscape in Syria. There's a lot of, I think, testimony that's coming out from close allies of President Obama, Hillary Clinton, Leon Panetta, all of them who've sort of said that Obama misjudged the situation in Syria. He should have acted earlier, should have armed the moderate Syrian rebels, should have taken it much more seriously. And because he hasn't, it has led to the ISIS crisis. And I think those are perspectives that I'm sympathetic with. Right now, there is a major debate in the United States over this whole question of the future of Syria, now that the United States is getting back involved in the conflict. The whole question of Obama's Syria plan is a big question mark. What does Obama plan to do? We don't know. There's a lot of confusion chaos within the White House over this particular issue. And recent reports, just when I left the United States last week, is the Obama administration has now called for a big review and reassessment of U.S. policy towards Syria as a result of the rise of ISIS and as a result of these airstrikes that have begun against the Islamic State. But the key point here, I think, with respect to the ISIS crisis is that there's no fundamental solution to the ISIS crisis. To quote President Obama, there's no way that you can fundamentally degrade and destroy ISIS unless you have a plan for the future of Syria. These two things are intimately linked because if you read American intelligence, 2/3 of the ISIS military forces are in Syria. Syria is the location where the five Western hostages have been beheaded. Syria is the place where ISIS reconstituted itself and reemerged after having been defeated primarily in Iraq as a major fighting force. It's where most of the foreign fighters have gone. It's where ISIS has its unofficial capital in the eastern town of Raqqa. And so ISIS and Syria, the political future of Syria, are deeply interlinked. And there's no way of getting around this. With respect to the international community, I'm struck by the parallels that I see today with respect to the conflict in Syria and what happened 20 years ago with respect to Bosnia. The abandonment of conflicts that involve gross human rights violations that in the case of Bosnia were genocidal, in the case of Syria are neo-genocidal, thinking that these problems can be contained within their borders, that they won't have a spillover effect, have proven to be much more complicated to fix the more you allow them to fester. I mean, that was basically the view of Bosnia 20 years ago with the Clinton administration. There was a sense that Bosnia really didn't matter for the West, for the United States. It continued for 3 years until you had the Srebrenica massacre and the destabilization of a large part of southeastern Europe. And then the United States had to get involved to try and resolve it. We're having a similar situation, almost a replay, broadly speaking, of what's happening in Syria today. The general view in the United States, you can listen to a lot of these realist sort of theorists of international relations, such as John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt and others, who argued, we can now see incorrectly, that Syria just doesn't matter for U.S. national security or for global security. Syria, quote unquote, can be contained within its borders. Yes, there was gross human rights violations, but from a realist perspective, so what? Core interests were not threatened, and it's a direct result of, I think, that miscalculation that we can now see that actually Syria does matter. It matters profoundly. It has destabilized not only the border areas, but it's a direct result of inaction and failure to respond effectively to Syria that we have the ISIS crisis. These two things are intimately linked, and here we are again. Obama, thinking that he could ignore Syria, he could ignore ISIS, has now begun a global campaign to mobilize the international community, and is now sending advisors, troops, aircraft, mobilizing the world to re-intervene in Syria. But of course, the challenges of trying to put Syria back together today are far more difficult than they were 3.5 years ago. The other element here, I think, with respect to the rise of ISIS that explains, I think, some of the ideological appeal and the recruiting of ISIS from the region is that there was quite a bit of optimism and hope that the Arab Spring could produce some democratic gains for the region if it was allowed to continue on a particular course of democratization. But as a result of the failure of the Arab Spring, or more accurately, the crushing of the Arab Spring by the deep states, by the authoritarian regimes in the region, primarily, the old state. I mean, the big case here is really Egypt with respect to the military's reassertion, its subversion of democracy, supported and financed by Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that the prospects for political democratization in the region have been shut very firmly and have been closed. And as a result of the inability and the failure of moderate political Islam to have a stake and have a foothold in the politics of the region, the crushing and the attempt to label the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization and to eradicate them, that has produced, as an ideological alternative and option, the rise of an extremist political Islamist movement. There's a deep and intimate connection between the crushing of moderate political Islamic alternatives and the rise of a radical Islamic alternative. You can see this quite clearly in the case of Syria. when the Syrian uprising began in 2011, no radical Islamist movement to be seen. They emerge and they gain currency and support as the doors for peaceful political change are closed and people start to look to alternative solutions and options. And this all just confirms, I think, what we've known for a very long time, that when peaceful revolution becomes impossible, violent revolution becomes inevitable. There's a lot of, I think, evidence to suggest that that's the case. If you sort of look at some of the narrative statements that were put out by al-Qaeda as a result of the Arab Spring, they were completely perplexed, befuddled. Their message was incoherent and ineffective when dictators were being toppled as a result of peaceful political change in Tunisia and primarily in Egypt. There's a really good study that has been put out by the Center for Combating Terrorism at West Point called Jihadi Discourse in the Wake of the Arab Spring, where they chronicle what al-Qaeda was saying in 2011 primarily. They had a message that simply could not make sense. Their message was the only way for political change is through jihad and through violent revolution. When revolution was happening and dictators that they had targeted were falling as a result of peaceful political change, their message did not have resonance. But now that the doors for peaceful political change have closed, now that General el-Sisi is back in power, you are seeing the radical message of the radical Islamists resonate. Reports that I'm getting from Egypt are that there has been a major influx and transfer of young men looking to the Islamic State as an alternative. You see an uptake in violence in Egypt as a result of the closing of that political process of democratization last summer. And I think these two processes are deeply connected. It's not a coincidence that ISIS is emerging and is becoming an attractive alternative in the aftermath of the crushing of the Arab Spring. The other, I think, key element here, if you want to understand the rise of ISIS, is that a big part of the ISIS crisis is related to a development that has been taking place in the Arab Islamic world and the broader Muslim world for the last 50 to 60 years, and that is the development and the mainstreaming of a particular interpretation of Sunni Islam that is deeply sectarian, that is anti-women, anti-minority, deeply intolerant, justifies in the support of violence against alternative interpretations of Islam. This trend of Islamic interpretation is fairly recent historically. It really has its roots, I would say, in the last 50 years of the Islamic world, and it is deeply connected to what UCLA law professor Khalid Abu al-Fadl has described as a phenomenon that he calls the rise of a culture of ugliness in modern Islam. It is this culture of ugliness that he describes as a recent development, and it continues to be the single and most important obstacle to articulating reasonable narratives of the legitimate possibility of Islam's contribution to human goodness in the world. This interpretation of Islam, the dissemination and proliferation of this extremist, ultra-conservative, and puritanical interpretation, has its political roots in the internal policies of various countries in the Middle East, but primarily it is a direct result of the policies of one particular major country in the Middle East, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just to give you an example of what we're dealing with here, there has been a lot of justifiable horror and outrage at the beheading of Western hostages in the last few months by ISIS. But how many people know the number of people that have been beheaded in Saudi Arabia this year? 64 public beheadings. And so one of my students asked me, Professor Hashemi, why is the beheading of 4 Western hostages the cause of global outrage, but the far greater monthly, sometimes weekly, routine beheadings in Saudi Arabia not the cause of a similar form of outrage? We're dealing here with a particular country and an interpretation of Islam that is deeply connected to the rise of what is widely known as Wahhabism. This puritanical interpretation of Islam is, I think, deeply connected to the ISIS crisis. If you look at the political theology, the justification of the brutality, the attack on Yazidi minorities, on women, on violence, the justification of violence, the demonization of Shia Muslims, the attacks on other Sunni Muslims who happen to have different interpretations of Islam, this is all deeply connected to the teachings of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, the sort of founder of Wahhabism in the 18th century. His ideas have been spread, disseminated, and taught in Saudi Arabia. But then, as a result of the marriage of Saudi Arabia and oil money, there has been, over the last 50 to 60 years, a spread of this particular interpretation of Islam across the Islamic world. The Saudi education system, the scholarships that have been provided to students from different parts of the Islamic world to come to Saudi Arabia to become quote-unquote religiously educated and to go back in their communities has, I think, spread this particular form of Islam and has become so mainstream within Sunni Islam that a lot of Sunni Muslims simply think that the Wahhabi interpretation is authentic Islam. The idea that, you can't listen to music, that women have to be sort of deeply segregated and marginalized, you can't wish your Christian friends Merry Christmas, all of these sort of issues that didn't have any particular sort of grounding in Muslim societies until relatively recently. If you look at Muslim societies in the 40s and 50s, they were much more tolerant, much more open than they are today. And a big part of that has to do with the spreading and the mainstreaming and the negative effects of Saudi education. Just to give you an example, I was in Malaysia in late September, and I was actually shocked when I went to Malaysia how mainstream Saudi Wahhabi views had dominated the periphery of the Islamic world. And so the big debate when I arrive in Malaysia is how there is this debate in Malaysian society as to whether minority groups, Christians and Hindus primarily, can use the word Allah, which means God in Arabic, in their own religious scriptures and texts. And these Sunni Muslim groups were saying, no, that is a word that can only and exclusively be used. And this is a big debate. And this comes out of a particular Wahhabi interpretation of Islam. But of course, you can't, I think, understand the negative and corrosive effects of Saudi Arabia and Wahhabi Islam unless you also honestly look at the very close and symbiotic relationship that Saudi Arabia has had with the West since 1945, when President Roosevelt met with then King Ibn Saud on an aircraft carrier and struck on a certain alliance with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is often referred to as one of those moderate Arab states, but I don't see any moderation within Saudi society. And we were really exposed to this. This is not something new. Everyone sort of instinctively knows this. On September 11th in the United States, it was reported that 15 out of the 19 hijackers came from one country. That's not Saudi Arabia. That's not, I think, an accident. It's not a fluke. It suggests something deeply problematic, something deeply wrong with internal Saudi politics that a lot of young men, and we're not talking about the poorest of the poor, we're talking about middle-class, educated men, feel that their best way to spend their lives, or in this case, end their lives, is to engage in this type of suicide operation. It's been reported that Saudi nationals have carried out 60% of the ISIS attacks in Iraq since September and October of this year. 60% of the ISIS attacks are coming from Saudi nationals, many of them coming across the border, for reasons that I think are deeply connected to 9/11 and the fact that 15 out of the 19 hijackers came from Saudi Arabia. So this is a big part. If you look at the actual textbooks that are used in the ISIS schools, the interpretation of Islam, the citing of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, it comes straight out of the Saudi Wahhabi narrative. That's the dominant ideological interpretation. So in summary, I think it's due to this particular puritanical, idealized, and thoroughly mythologized view of the past that Wahhabi Islam cannot, I think, reconcile its theological interpretation with the complexity and the diversity of cultures that constitute our modern world. And as a result, Wahhabi influence has added a dimension of oppressiveness and vehemence to contemporary Muslim life that frequently borders on the morbid, and you can see it in the theological justifications and the behavior of the Islamic State. This also, I think, partially explains why some young Muslims in the West have left their homes thinking that the Islamic State somehow embodies this model of Islamic authenticity, because it's very much the mainstreaming of Sunni Islam in North American communities and in Western communities that contributes to this type of radicalization. There's a lot more to the question of youth radicalization, but this is a big part of it. So in summary, just by way of a conclusion here, I think we're now facing in the Arab Islamic world a series of events that in many ways were predictable and were actually forecast many years ago. 14 years ago, in a series of Arab human development reports written by a leading team of Arab social scientists, they actually forecasted and predicted that the region was heading toward a deep crisis and a coming explosion. In 2002, in the first of these UN Arab Human Development Reports, these reports concluded that the Arab world is at a crossroads and that the region is hampered by three key deficits that are considered to be defining features of the Arab world. Number one, a freedom deficit. Number two, a women's empowerment deficit. And number three, a knowledge deficit. Compared with the rest of the world, the Arab countries had the lowest freedom scores in the 1990s, and when measured by indicators such as political processes, civil liberties, political rights, and a free media, the Arab region had the lowest value of all the regions of the world when measured by voice and accountability. Similarly, in terms of the status of women, the Arab Human Development Report of 2002 revealed that by applying the UN gender empowerment measure to the Arab world, it revealed that this region was suffering from a glaring deficit of women's empowerment. Among the regions of the world, the Arab world ranks next to last as measured by the gender empowerment measure. Only sub-Saharan Africa had a lower score. The 2004 UN Arab Development Report on the theme of freedom and good governance focused on questions of civil and political rights, popular participation, representative institutions, political accountability of leadership, the existence of the rule of law, equality of treatment, an independent judiciary, etc. All of these were in short supply. And so I'm reminded of, I think, the words of one of my favorite commentators on the Arab world, Rami Khouri, who in commenting on the rise of ISIS had the following words to say. He said that in the 45 years of his writing about the Arab world, observing and commenting on it in terms of the conditions on the ground, the only thing that surprised him was why such an extremist phenomenon such as ISIS had not happened earlier. At least since around the 1970s, the average Arab citizen has lived in political, economic, and social systems that have offered zero accountability, political rights, and participation. States have been characterized by steadily expanding dysfunction and corruption. Economic disparities have driven majorities into chronic poverty and humiliating inaction. And he goes on to note that these trends are a direct result of the existing authoritarian political order in the Arab world. This political order has virtually banned the development of one's full human potential in terms of intellect, creativity, public participation, culture, identity. The Islamic State phenomenon is the latest and perhaps not the final stop on a journey of mass Arab humiliation and dehumanization that has been primarily managed by autocratic Arab regimes that revolve around single families or clans with immense and continuing support from foreign patrons. Foreign military attacks on Arab countries in Iraq and Libya, I think, have in some cases exacerbated this trend, as has Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people. But the single biggest driver of this kind of criminal Islamic extremism that we see today in the form of ISIS is predicated on the fact that several hundred millions of individual Arab men and women find that generation after generation that in their own societies, they are unable to achieve their full humanity or potential, or exercise their full powers of thought and creativity. And in many cases, they are prevented from obtaining the basic necessities of life for themselves and their families. There is only one antidote to this long-run process that can, I think, fundamentally eliminate the Islamic State and all that represents. That is to stop pursuing the abusive and criminal policies that have demeaned millions of Arab men and women and shaped Arab societies for the last half-century. Bombing Iraq and Syria, I think, will gain some needed time and probably must happen in combination with a series of military actions by local governments and Kurdish forces. However, if the ways of the corrupt Arab modern security state are not radically reversed, the mass desperation and hysteria that the Islamic State represents, I think, will only reemerge again in more extreme forms in the years to come. And so I think that, in a nutshell, I think provides the broad political and historic context that explains the rise of the Islamic State. I wanted to comment on the whole question of Obama and his strategy, whether it'll work or won't work, and what the best plan forward is, but I want to leave some time for questions and answers, and I think I've gone over the 30 minutes that I was allotted, so I'll stop there. I thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
I would like to make a small contribution now. I think that in American speak, before we go to the last speaker, maybe just a short contribution based on what we've heard this morning. We haven't heard as much about the regional environment and how the regional dynamics have determined the bilateral alliance and how it has changed over the years. Now, I think we have to go to the American speak and say we have to get over it. It's not special. It's not any more special than the other special relationships Thailand has with the other major powers. China, Japan, of course, even Russia, the Europeans, and so on, and the Americans. So one of the number of, a clutch of special relationships that we have with the major powers. So we have to get over that. It's more normal. It's not special, it's normal special. It's just a normal special relationship with the major power of the day in the constellation of other major powers now. In the last decade or so, you know, the change in the vocabulary from patronage and patron clients to partnership actually began in the 1980s, especially in the late 1980s when we had trade friction, trade policy friction with the US, and the Thais were beginning to talk about how we're not a client state anymore, and that the word patronage entered the vocabulary in the bilateral relationship, and it has expanded. And now what we need to do, I think, is to really delineate the strategic objectives of both countries and try to find common ground. And it's not the same objectives that we had before. So for Thailand, I think that if we accept that we don't want to be imbalanced, we don't want to rely too much on China and so on, the US is still a crucial, if not critical, major power alliance for Thailand. For the US, if the rebalance pivot is real and is imperative, if they seriously are going to follow through, then they cannot do without Thailand. I mean, Thailand is a critical pivot country, really, in mainland Southeast Asia, and mainland Southeast Asia being a pivot sub-region for the Asian landmass. And Thailand's a critical player in ASEAN. So these are kinds of the new objectives that perhaps we have to start to face up to. It's not old nostalgia, and we have a lot of. I also miss it from the 1980s, the good times from the 1960s and 70s. Fighting the communists was a great time for us, but that's long gone. And now you look at the constellation of relationships that Thailand has. We send more students now to China than ever. We have more military officers trained in China than ever. I met, it used to be that, we would have this up-and-coming officers train at Leavenworth in Kansas, and once you go through Leavenworth, you line up to be at least a minimum of assistant army chief, if not the army chief. But no longer. So the U.S. side, they can increase a little bit, but even then, it doesn't go that far, because now Thailand is much more diversified in its outlook. So one of the first things that I think we have to do is to start looking and confronting new realities for both countries. For the U.S., it cannot do without Thailand to achieve its greater strategic objectives in the region, if it's serious about the rebalance. And the trade investment, the shifting power centers and so on to Asia are a phenomenon that we all accept. So it's something there for the US to think about. For Thailand, I think that we are in danger now of maybe becoming a bit imbalanced. We go to China a lot, Beijing a lot, a little bit, some Europeans, a little bit less Japanese, but all roads, more and more Thai roads are leading to Beijing and other cities in China. And in the end, the Thais are not built, are not molded, not in the Thai DNA to be too lopsided in either way. So this is why we also need the US in our constellation. So we have to get over it and kind of get rid of the residual patronage overhang and these patron-client feelings that we've had still hanging over us. Okay, now, the last speaker will offer a view. Professor Dr. Titipon Pakdiwanit has been teaching. He's a professor lecturer at Ubon Ratchathani, which has also an international affairs program, American studies program. He's been a long-time observer, analyst of Thai-US relations, US domestic politics, and most importantly, we've invited him here because he has worked with students and people in the Northeast who have certain views about the US and US-Thai relations. So, Ajahn Titipon, your turn.
Thank you, Dr. Tinan, for your kind introduction. I'm actually here to talk about the perspective on democracy and how can Thai and US promote democracy in the region, because if you look at the promotion of democracy in Thailand, it also serves the interests of both countries in terms of economic development. But before we go through that, because both John and Ajahn Tinan mentioned about the period of the communist insurrection in Thailand, and this makes me think, because throughout my here in Ubon Ratchathani, I have been there for 5 years and have met a few people that make me think a lot about the ways we should promote democracy. And if you look at that time, the US also tried to use the military power, which is hard power, to actually enforce the expansion of communists in the region. And I didn't think much about that. I thought it was the right thing to do. But after talking to a few people in the region who were part of that group, the communist group in Thailand, it made me think that if we actually believe in democracy, because democracy also talk about freedom of expression, and we should be free to believe and read and what we want to read. But at the time, this lady she mentioned to me that she was part of that. And what she wanted to know, she said she wanted to read about the communism. She wanted to know what it was about. That basically what she wanted to know. But then she said her friends and people in the village were actually suppressed, and they were actually as we can see that she mentioned about the suppressions from the Thai military in the region, in the province of Amnachara, and she had to move to China and spend in China for 18 years before moving back. And after she moved back to Thailand, and I'm not sure if anyone know about the Santiago group, which is one of the Buddhist group in Thailand, and she visited this group. And the functioning of this group is reminded her of what is actually written in what she read about communism. Like, you work for the community and the community look after you. And the question that she asked me, that she was wondering why the government tried to stop her from reading what she was reading at the time. And nothing happened to this group because they were actually doing exactly what was written in the book about in the way community can look after them. And this kind of raised a question to me as an academic when we look at the promotion of democracy and we talk about freedom of expression. And the question is that do people have the right to read in what they want to read or what to believe in? And I think promoting democracy is we can't just actually force it. And it reminds me of the system in Britain, in the word that they try to use to describe democracy in Britain is like evolution, and which I'm not sure is in the dictionary of the US foreign policy makers when you talk about promoting democracy. And just this is a brief introduction. And when we talk about democracy and then three elements that we have seen and what both President Barack Obama and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton mentioned, like they used keywords like democracy, human rights, and freedom of expression. We have heard a lot about this. How can we actually promote this? And in her final speech before she left office as a Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton said, "America today is stronger at home and more respected in the world." And apparently we can hear from Kun Kawi that this is whether actually America is actually more respected in the world, and people in the region are also questioning as well. People in GMS countries and people from Laos who were part of war victims during the Vietnam War that I have met, they are still questioning the position of the US in the region. And I still think this is a point that's quite important to look at. And my focus is actually, we are going to talk about the problem of stateless citizens in Ubon Ratchathani whom I have met. And they moved to Thailand during the war, and now they are still not able to access all kind of public services. And this is a problem that we should look at the responsibility between the Thai and US. And to be fair to the US, I don't think it's just the responsibility of the US government or to deal with the human rights issue relating to stateless citizens in Thailand, because Thailand also benefited a lot from the war period. For example, the money that we have received during the war, as you can, I just show you this figure that we have. And if you look at that, it's not just the money that just comes straight to the government, and this is in a report in a book, like painter in a truck or truck driver could expect to earn up to 24,000 baht per year, and local wages in Korat at the time were as low as 1,500 baht for 6 months. So we can see that we benefited a lot from that as well. So to be fair to the US, I think we should talk about shared responsibility on the way we can actually promote rights and human rights in the region. And when we look at the case, I would just want to talk about the issue that I have discussed with people in the region. And one of the villagers just mentioned about the reason why they actually moved to Thailand, and I quote, "I worked for the US Army as a military support in Laos during the war. Before I moved to Thailand, I always wanted to return home, but my children think themselves as Thai. They are Laos ethnically, but they were born here, so that they feel more Thai than I do. I remain stateless with no rights to access to the basic social benefit." And I think this is quite an important issue that hasn't been mentioned much, in the report. If you look at the report regarding human rights recently, like from Human Rights Watch, and most of the issues that we have seen dealing with the situation from 2010, the political conflict and in Bangkok, but not much of the report had touched on a couple small issue like this, which I think is important for us to look at these groups of people in the country. And indeed, actually, Dr. Nilan Pitak Wacharapong at the Human Rights Committee in Ubon Ratchathani, he also visited the village, but then nothing much happened. And this is just a picture from during the periods of the war times and the foreign aid from the US. If you look at this, and when you look at the current US policy today, and since Hillary Clinton took office, she talked about smart power and the way we can use soft power to revitalize or change the reputation of the US. But then from what I have seen, that the soft power can magically change the reputation of the US in the region if you don't actually deal with small issues like human rights and the other way to look at the way to promote democracy in a different way. Perhaps we can see this in the way the USAID has been operating in Thailand by trying to support different civil society groups or different NGO groups and not enforcing it. But in reality, some groups still feel like being imposed or forced by the US, but this is a question that we have to explore how the result of these two programs. And when you look at, again, if the reputation of the US here, this year we have seen quite a number of demonstrations on various laws where the US Embassy is located. And my point is that sometimes people just try to blame outsiders for what happened in the country. To some extent, I think it's not quite fair to the US, because if you look at the way we try to promote democracy, the key word in promoting democracy today is civil society groups. We should promote civil society to promote a kind of pluralistic environment within society. And it is not just the US that is doing this in Thailand. We have the EU or the European Union is also doing this. Funding from Japan, funding from Germany is also dealing with this issue as well and trying to support different civil society groups. So when we look at this current political situation in Thailand, and we have to look at in a bigger picture, from my point of view, when I look at the way different institutions, whether institutions from Thailand, within Thailand or from outside Thailand, international institutions or different countries, foreign actors, foreign countries, when they support civil society groups in the country, I just think that is a way that we should see in a kind of positive way, because in democracy we believe in a kind of pluralistic environment. So the more groups are empowered, then the more balance of power in the country would be, and then it would actually help to challenge those who are in power and promote more transparency and democracy in the country. And when you look, again, if you look at the roles of the US today, the other point that we should look at is the LMI and the GMS, because GMS is actually includes southern parts of China, but LMI is not. LMI includes Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar. And with regard to actually the very first question that the gentleman asked the ambassador about the water issues in the region, I think that is a good point for us to look at. But then again, when you look at the dynamic of change of power structure in the region, or the study in GMS or in Asia, we have heard a lot about the roles and influence of America and China. On some issue, I think we have been focusing too much on the impact of these two countries. Of course, we cannot ignore the power of the US and China in the region. But on some issues like the environment, we should also look at the roles of local actors as well, or country within the region itself. For example, Thailand. If you look at the impact of the environment in, for example, the Mekong River, we can't just keep arguing that we have to look at the dam that has been built in China, 7 dams or 8 dams now. It could also cause a problem. And the US, if you look at the RMI program, is it actually trying to help with this environmental issues in the region. But if you look at the roads of Thailand, we are one of the cause of the environmental issues in the region as well. And if you look at the construction of Chayaburi Dam in Laos, it's actually owned or invested by the Thai electricity organizations, and Thailand is actually buying and benefited from the construction of Chayaburi Dam. So we cannot just blame big actors or call for help from outside. And this is what the Thai government should also look at about these kind of issues. You know, when we look at the way to protect the Mekong River, it remains a big debate, even the construction is continued. And the big company that is actually working on this project is Chawkanchang, which is a Thai company as well. And I think Thailand should also look at its position and its contribution in the development in the region. When we can't just call for support from outside, and this is, I think, it's quite important. And the US can also support Thailand, but the whole responsibility still rests on the country when we look at the development in the region. So we can, when we look at the relation between the two countries, I would actually want to quote this as a concluding part of my presentation from Madeleine Albright. Actually, when you look at the roles of the international donors or the way we promote democracy, I think it is quite a strong message that she has written in her book. And I quote, "I also know that proclaiming liberty is far simpler than building genuine democracy. Political liberty is not a magic pill people can swallow at night and awaken with all problems solved. Now it can be imposed from the outside." And I think this is what we have to think a lot when we work through the process. It is not just international actors imposing the idea on the people of Thailand. It's also people from within the country as well that we have to look at the way we believe and our belief system or the set of information that we have. And when we talk about democracy, we have different perceptions. And this is what people have to accept in Thailand, different opinion, different perceptions. And the most important thing when we talk about the future of Thai-US relations, I think, when you look at the roles of USAID in the region and what Hillary Clinton mentioned about the donors, when she raised the issue that donors should listen to recipient country and try not to impose, because it would actually benefit the recipient country more if you listen to what they actually want for their country. And when we look at the future of the two countries, the Thai-US relations, I think collaborating and supporting each other is quite important. But it is also important that actually we have to base everything on a kind of a good research if you want to talk about the promotion of democracy in Thailand. Thank you.
So, not many new issues in Thai-US. One new area that we haven't seen before is this donor cooperation between Thai and US in third countries. This is a new area that can be expanded. Now, I want to come to Kunkawi. You know, you said that Thailand reacts to the US, but at the same time, Thai-US relations also react to the global environment, the geopolitical environment, and the regional realities. And we have a changing regional environment here. I think South China Sea, we haven't mentioned, the rise of China, the disputes in the South China Sea. and the role of China in the world, and especially in this neighborhood in particular. This has a lot to do in determining the shape and form of U.S.-Thai relations. Where do we put, in our constellation of things, in the Thai strategic outlook, where should we situate Thai-U.S. relations, the alliance, the relationship, the partnership, I think, in view of, the rise of China, our proximity to China, closer relationship with China?
You're asking a question like a thesis, is like a dissertation, because anybody can answer this in 5 minutes, we'll get a PhD. My point is this: Thailand sit in a very pivotal, very strategic location, especially in the mainland Southeast Asia. Forget maritime security, because Thailand is incapable. The next 22 months, Thailand will play major roles as a coordinating of ASEAN-China relation. That would be it. If Thailand can make some progress over the COC, that is great. If not, Thailand is not doing that much, because Thailand is focused more on mainland Southeast Asia. That's where its major interest. Thailand has failed to respond to maritime security initiative by many countries, including Japan. In 1988, Thailand, Chai Chunawan proposed the idea to have joint maritime cooperation, surveillance of the Gulf of Thailand and other areas. It was too fast, too soon. Other countries in the region rejected. So, if you look at the South China Sea, Thailand role in the next 22 months will be crucial. What would be the outcome will continue to contribute to the role of Thailand in the future strategic configuration. Definitely, when you talk about mainland Southeast Asia, United States is very important, China is very important. How can we live with the two major powers? And Thailand is confident, actually so confident that it has not done anything yet, because we still here and they need both of us. The Americans, when they meet the Thai, they will say that, oh, you are very important, can you help us with the Chinese? And the Chinese say, oh, you are very close to Americans, can you do that? So the Thai is thinking that, well, as far as the mainland Southeast Asia is concerned, why don't we serve as a facilitator for China and also for US on the issue that regarding the regions that can help. For example, Thailand was very proud of its role during the Cambodian conflicts, because you have China and United States supports the anti-Vietnamese resistance group. They work together to provide military hardware through Thailand to have resistance group. So that kind of thing. But there is no really formula. So the best thing for Thailand is to, I liked what Thitinan said, get over it, all this special relations, sit down, and I think the basic vision statement on defense is a good one, because it's focused on 4 areas. They look at the partnership in regional security. This is the so-called new regional architecture, which Thailand saying that is shaping by dealing with the Chinese, by making sure that the Chinese made progress on the COC on binding. And this is very important. Secondly, I think Thai-US relation should be the stabilizing force in the Asia Pacific. And also, using copper gold, Thailand interoperability on its own and also regional. This is very important in the case of disaster relief and other operation. That explains why countries like Singapore have moved very efficiently in coming during the tsunami, because they understand this kind of system. And the other thing is that Thailand has to coordinate more, speak more, open up, using the right people, and consult with partner with China, with America, I think it's very important. I think we lack the consultative framework. So we cannot communicate. A lot of time, the Thai leader just imagine that Thai-U.S. relation is this and that, without looking at the realities or changing environment. For example, one of the complaints that I often hear is that Thai-U.S. are real alliance, but they don't behave like a real alliance. Thai-China is not a real alliance, but they behave like a real alliance. And other countries that have nothing or no status at all with the U.S. have behaved in much better, in strengthened relation in response to U.S. strategic need. So that is the reality. And I think it's about time Thailand sit down and look at it. And if it's a big if the alliance is a burden, then, just do something with it and move on, because we have not yet really fulfill our alliance commitment. Actually, so it was a burden, because every time you talk about Thai-U.S., we get stuck, because the U.S. always demand that you never meet the commitment. Thailand will never meet the commitment of 100% alliance, not like the Japanese or the Korean. That is why it has not been upgraded since 1962, Thanat Din Ras. Japan, Korea have already upgrade. In case of Japan, is not only bilateral, it has implications for the region, for the security in East Asia. And I think Thailand should do that. And Thailand can only do that if our defense security sector do their homework and come up with initiative, respond, put up the idea with the US. And you have to get good people, Communicate in English, please.
Okay, thank you, Ngui. Now, the floor is open to questions, comments. Take one from Ambassador Fitz.
But sharpen it through, say, a thought experiment in the region. 2 years ago, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State, wrote her article in Foreign Policy, which the U.S. first articulated its pivot to Asia, rebalancing to Asia. It indicated an interest in diplomatic, economic, security increases in its relations with Asia. If you look around the region, since then, of course, there is the dramatic opening with Myanmar. U.S. relations with Indonesia become more and more solid as more and more programs develop, particularly with the military. As you noted, the situation, the relations with Laos have been normalized. Even with Cambodia, there are increased programs. And yet we get, as Ajahn Thitinan said, a sense when we talk about the U.S.-Thai relationship, it just isn't what it was. Now, John Brandon mentioned that the word U.S. is distracted in the Middle East, that most countries don't want to get caught between China and the U.S., but that certainly applies to the countries in the region, Malaysia and Singapore, that are discussing the TPP. They're interested in an expanded relationship with the U.S., but they don't want to get caught between China and the U.S., quite rightly. So why is there a sense in this thought experiment of malaise, no movement, whereas if you had this seminar in most of the countries in the region, you'd be talking about something new, recent, and exciting?
I think there's a couple of reasons. One which both Goi and I mentioned before, and you just mentioned in your question about Thailand doesn't want to get caught between the United States and China. They don't want to seem to want to offend. I mean, I think Goi, you were saying that the United States talks to Thailand and says, we need you to help us with China, and China says the same thing about us, and I guess maybe that helps to make Thailand feel good and that it has a pivotal role. But what does it do about that? And that, I think, is unclear. And from talking to to policymakers in Washington, and they have used this one particular word, so I take it that this must be a word that goes around in meetings that I am not privy to. But that word is perplexed. They don't know how to handle Thailand. And let me use as an example, in terms of the alliance, all right, we still have an alliance. We have this largest military exercise with Cobra Gold, but we, at the same time, there was a report that came out less than a year ago by the Center for New American Security. And their keynote speaker was a gentleman by the name of Admiral Greener. He's the chief of U.S. naval operations. And he talked about the importance of alliances in Asia to promote to promote security and secure sea lines of communication throughout the Asia-Pacific region. And when talking about the alliances, he said first, and he ranked them. He ranked Japan as number 1. He ranked South Korea as number 2. He then went to Australia, and then he ranked the Philippines 4th. Now, you could say Thailand would be number 5, and I guess by default that would be true. But the fact is that he didn't even mention Thailand at all. He talked about those 4 alliances and nothing else. And so maybe this explains, at least somewhat in part, about officials being perplexed. But let's look at those, at least 3 of those alliances, the ones that are immediately in Asia, and let's exclude Australia for the moment. If you look at Japan, well, what is the threat? Well, China and North Korea. What is the threat for South Korea? North Korea. For the Philippines, particularly over the last couple of years with tensions and disputed waters in the South China Sea, it's China. So where do we have Thailand? During the Cold War, this was a frontline state in the war against communism. That was the threat. China is no longer a threat today, and Vietnam is a threat. This is by and large, despite some subnational conflicts, it's a stable region. So this is, in one sense, now an enemy depraved alliance in that respect. So I think that is part of the challenge in regards to that. What was the other part? You had another part to that, Bob, or?
Well, the main part was why in every country in the region, and I'll include Indonesia because that sort of refutes your point you just made, is there a sense of real momentum and interest in the U.S. relationship, whereas there is a sense of ennui here.
A sense of what?
I was using ennui, boredom.
Yeah. Well, and yes, there are other countries that have improved their it's not an alliance per se, but certainly security relationships have been strengthened with Vietnam. Singapore, it's always been strong, and in Indonesia, they just purchased the Apache helicopters. While it's close to it, they're having these naval maneuvers near the Natuna Islands. That's to secure Indonesian waters, but at the same time, I think that's a reflection of Indonesia also wanting to be a regional power and to take a larger role, not just in ASEAN, but on the world stage. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bob. I think one of the 2 reasons is that Thailand doesn't feel the immediate threat that every other neighboring country concerned emanating from the U.S. rebalancing. I mentioned earlier about maritime security. Thailand does not feel that way, so it does not respond to the private to Asia, which is essentially briefing up U.S. positions in the South China Sea. That's one of the explanation. Secondly, I think Thailand lacked the kind of strategic thinking, because if you understand the Thai psyche, if things ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't even try. Preventive diplomacy, are you crazy? We solve it when it happened. So that kind of attitude is I mean, it's not fair to really generalize, but it does have some relevance in the way we look at problem. So when we look at the U.S., great, you know, we are sure allies. So why think about it? You know, it will move on. It's slow. Let other people try it. We have good time with China. Fine. With Japan, you know, fine. We are all good friends to all countries. But suddenly, in recent months, especially at the end of last year, something has changed in Thai foreign policy. I hope if you follow newspaper, you will realize that Thailand suddenly have a very active foreign policy, even though our foreign policy leaders are not capable of conducting foreign policy. It's true, it's true. Why? Because it realized that domestic issue has dominated the foreign policy. Why don't just highlight it in the foreign policy? So for the first time, Thailand recognized in our history that we do not sit on the fence. We made our early decisions to recognize the anti-Assad resistant force. And Thailand very proud. And at the end of the report of Foreign Ministry, it said that we have changed because we make a decision on supporting the Syrian resistant group. That's number one. Number two, another strange thing happened. You will see that Thailand suddenly fall in love with international so-called facilitator, not yet mediator, expert views on domestic politics. In the past, these people are considered taboo because we lack the leader who can express themselves, you know, on the domestic issue to global communities. So we ask global leaders to come to Thailand to express their view on local issues. This is something change, and now it has become epidemic. Next year, Thailand will invite all the African leaders to have a meeting. Are you ready to have a meeting, summit leading, high-level meetings in February? Maybe you didn't know. This is something new. Suddenly, Thailand wants to expand its foreign policy. I don't know whether they think strategically, but I don't think so, because Thailand always responds to crisis on a day-to-day basis. If we think more than one day, you know, the whole country collapses. So having said that, I think on the element of the Thai-US, the most important is we lack the strategic element. Maybe it has to do with our enemies. Vietnam respond very well. Philippines respond very well. You know, Australia will respond very well. Thailand does not. Even though it has a good friend waiting, we does not respond. Why should we? We are a peaceful country. We are all friends to all. I mean, that's my explanation. But this will change if somehow next year the dialogue 2+2 framework will kickstart. And unfortunately, in the case of Philippines, in the case of other allies, it started out as the ministerial level. It's unfortunately for the Thai, it has to start at the lower level because our leaders are incapable of carrying out the conversation. So it will start at permanent sec level, senior official level. I think that would be a very good start to answer this question.
There seems to also be some correlation between countries that have tension with China and countries that don't have as much tension with China. So the maritime countries, if you look at if this seminar were taking place in Jakarta or Manila or even Hanoi, there would be more spark and it would generate more buzz. But in Bangkok, we have not really that kind of tension and problems with the Chinese. So that seems to be some correlation between maritime, and this would be similar also for Cambodia and Myanmar and Laos. They wouldn't have so many problems with China as well. The other thing is, you know, the absence of ideology, I think, has a lot to do with it. There's no more communism. But Thailand is also not in the business of promoting, not officially in the business of promoting democracy and human rights. I mean, it's not a common ideological agenda that the US has. So the ground on ideology and ideas It's also not what it used to be doing as it was during the Cold War. And Ambassador Kennedy mentioned geography. I think geography has a lot to do with it. If you look at the current Thai foreign policy movements, they seem to be driven much more by a calculation of interests based on geographical underpinning.
We are talking about the Thailand.
Could you please, your English is fine, it's great. Please tell us your name.
Choweng Chow from the Federation of Thai Industries. This morning we are talking about Thailand and the U.S. relation, which is not on the back on the board, but we have been talking the whole morning without finding any truly meaningful adjective of that relation, except from Dr. Tinan mentioning it's very good. Mr. Brandon was questioning how important and how meaningful it is. Having lived almost 70 years, so that is more than 1/3 of the 180 years, I can only say that I am grateful and thankful to the U.S. for helping me to learn the first word of liberty when I was very small. That was before democracy was being promoted among the Thais. And lately, with the democracy, we're becoming more and more democratic to the extent that we cannot be happy with ourselves. And we tend now to be the expert in criticism rather than anything else. So I would say that the U.S.-Thai relation, to me at least, that has been very helpful, and therefore it is very meaningful. Maybe it's not the best relationship that we have, but that is the best we can have. Thank you very much. Another point is we need to assess when we are talking about partnership and alliance. So what do the two countries expect of their partner, and how do they perceive the role of their partner? Are they up to their expectation? Thank you very much.
You mentioned the Gripen jets as one thing that you were disappointed that the U.S. doesn't help provide military equipment, but Sweden does and some other things. But to bring up some other points, you look at the other purchases, for instance, blimps, submarines, bomb detectors. Do you think anything with, I hate to use this word, corruption, might have something to do with why the U.S. doesn't provide some of these things?
I totally agree. 180 years relationship is something more than special, something we should try to nurture into something more with prosperity. John talked about Asian crisis. I'd like to share some view on Thailand crisis. That is the worst crisis in Thailand, the most difficult time in Thai modern history. Of course, Thai people had indulged in some sins, but eventually Thai people pay dearly, painfully more than the sin that they have committed. I heard about the constraints of President Clinton and also Bob Rubin at that time. Thailand got 17 billion from IMF. A few months later, much bigger amount went to Indonesia and Korea, much bigger amount. And to put 17 billion in perspective, today, every month, Federal Reserve actually paid 85 billion every month. So 17 billion actually not much from superpower. My view is, although Thailand had committed a sin, but the catalyst, the trigger actually came from hedge fund to trigger all this problem. And the hedge fund, besides triggering it, also make it worse and actually exacerbate the pain. And most of the hedge fund money actually came from the US. Subsequently, on the restructuring, the US money actually helped restructuring Thailand when Thailand was forced to sell the asset at fire sale prices. My question to the panelists is, besides the constraints that John mentioned, what are the reasons behind the lack of energy from the administration to push for something that is quite important for a strategic partner like Thailand, and especially during the time when China was rising? That is an opportunity to show goodwill to the region. That brings to the second question. If Thailand continue to and are doing more wrong economic policy, putting Thailand at more economic risk and more vulnerability, and if some perfect storm happen in the future, what can we do to convince Uncle Sam to exist more in the future? Thank you.
The question about from Kun Panya, from a private sector finance, banking, perhaps John, you can elaborate. Is this the enemy? The 1997 lack of response from the U.S. is really deeply scarred in the Thai kind of collective psyche. And you know, I think the package eventually was 14.5 billion for us, 4 billion from the IMF, and then China 1 billion, Japan 4 billion from Japan, and so on. 3 years before that, I think 33 billion US bailed out Mexico. And then after that, Indonesia and South Korea got much bigger packages. So this is something we still kind of hung up about. You can imagine, right? And then if we have another storm, and now they're talking about this so-called perfect storm, I think we have a lot more immunity now with the macroeconomic balances. Much more robust, but yeah, we can have some crises. We have a technical recession in Thailand, a technical recession. So, if we get in trouble again financially, who do we turn to? Would Uncle Sam be more forthcoming this time? But more importantly, that damage from the 1997 bailout is it repairable? Can we do something about that? And then I think there was one more question about expectations of partners, and anyone can answer that. Can go first, the Army.
Well, you have already answered most of the questions. I think the armies on weapon procurement have problems. I mean, on the transparency and all that. But one of the complaints I often heard is that if Singapore and Vietnam can get better system than Thailand, what's the ally for? So whatever conditions that are related to the purchasing would probably answer this question. So I think there's a sense of letdown within the Thai military. I remember maybe 15 years ago, Thailand wants AMRAAM, and it took forever, and it was a key issue. Certainly, transparency in weapon procurement has improving in the Thai military, I would say, because you have a budget in the parliament that's scrutiny, but it's not yet 100%. On second point, I think the expectation between Thailand and US are exceptionally high because of the time testing relation, old alliance, and all that. And I think you need to dress down all this expectation. America is not going to help Thailand if we are in deep trouble like the way it used to. So we must have look into our own strengths, find our own solution, making sure that in absence of America assistance, we can survive. We cannot say that, oh, you know, if we have this problem, will America help us? No, I think we have to overcome this fear of US dependency. And I think Thailand need a new thinking. I think country like Myanmar has been able to manifest, show that good decision, decisive decision, very clear decision is very useful. In the case of Thailand, we have been able to preserve our foreign policy independence, so-called foreign policy independence, and a national integrity by adopting a very bamboo-like policy, highly flexible. I think in this kind of environment, certain clear policy, like the case of Syria, certain policy direction that can say no to certain requests outright with a very good explanation should serve Thailand's interest better. Thailand cannot pursue a policy, be good friends to everybody at all times.
Thank you. To take the question about, I guess, why did the United States, was it more receptive to assisting Indonesia and Korea? Part of it is that that legislation that I said that prohibited the United States from helping Thailand when the crisis broke out on July 2nd of 1997. That legislation had a sunset provision in it, and I believe the last day where they could not do anything about that, whether it was Thailand or any other country, was October 31st. And if you look at when the bailouts were for Indonesia and then Korea, I think Indonesia was like November 1st. It was just right after it, and then Korea not too long after that. But I was told by people that even at that time, there were individuals saying, well, maybe we'll let Korea, who's also a very strong treaty ally, maybe we should just let things take its course. And then there were some people, no, they didn't know, you don't know what you're talking about. This is a much also bigger economy. This has even more significant repercussions. And so, I mean, fortunately, that did not happen. What would happen in the future? I don't know. I think Goey is right that that's not to say that the U.S. and other countries wouldn't try to come to be able to provide some type of assistance or support in some shape, way, or form. I'm not an economist, and I'm not trying to cop out on this, but I'm not sure I can really speak to the specifics of what it would be when I don't know exactly what the problem is as well. But I think Goey is right about, you need to, Thailand needs to look out for itself. And in my initial comments, I said that, Chachai Chunawan said that to Secretary Schlesinger in 1975. So I think that in terms of what the expectations are, I mean, clearly there's something more that Thailand and hopefully the United States wants to derive out of the relationship. I think that's one of the reasons why the four of us are on this panel now, and why Ambassador Kennedy was here earlier this morning. I think the question is, or the challenge is, how do we focus on this and then get to think about the relationship strategically, not only for benefiting U.S.-Thailand relations, but also to benefit the region, particularly mainland Southeast Asia, but ASEAN as well.
I just want to expand on the point of the lack of energy from Thailand in terms of this collaboration and relationship between the Thai and US. And I think Kun Kuvi also made a good point about the comments on the policymakers in Thailand. I can just give the example on the LMI, because I have been looking at the LMI since it started in 2009, and Thailand hasn't been very active in this collaboration or this initiative. And I think the problem is with some Thai policymakers, because they don't see how to actually handle this. Of course, Thailand look at itself as a card provider in this region, because we also provide some aid and money for the countries like Laos and helping Cambodia with the construction of the road. But being a provider of in the region, it doesn't mean that we cannot benefit from this. from this collaboration. And I just want to give you an example when I talked to a staff from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because when I was wondering why Thailand was not very active in LMI, and the answer that I heard is kind of surprised me, because they said, oh, because we are already competent and we are quite strong in the region. And of course we are, but not the whole country. If you look at people outside Thailand, outside Bangkok, we can see poverty. And if you can't just, I don't think policymaker can just base everything on statistic information. For example, in terms of education, if you look at the level of literacy in the country, 92.5% of Thai people, by implication that 92.5% of Thai people can read and write. But if you go to villages, you can see people who graduate or finished school cannot read and write. And the LMI also focus on, for example, education, health, and I think this is what Thailand can benefit from this relationship. But I'm not saying this to imply that Thailand should try to benefit or rely on the US, but on some area that we can benefit from, that we should. But then on the other hand, that we should also try to rely on ourselves, as Kun Kavi mentioned. But the support from the US in some areas can help Thailand to be stronger and help to support the other country in the region as well.
Please excuse my English. Not a good question, but I have to say to Kun Kavi about the copper gold. Two of us, I met scholar at US Staff College, Leavenworth in US. I used to think the same as Kun Kavi, as a copper gold is not really a benefit for the Thai military. But I changed my mind when I participated in copper gold in 1999, and the second time is 2003 as a planning officer. Copper gold changed a lot from a two-country participation to many countries' participations. But there is a reasons behind that to explain to Kun Kavi. Security cooperation is one of the defense strategy of the Thailand. The purpose of security cooperation is to seek to find the cooperation to protect any conflicts, to initiate or explain it. So it means that to build the peace and stability in the regions. So the copper gold is one of the mechanics to these defense strategies. Copper gold serves as the confidence building measure. We use a copper gold as a bridge to cooperate amongst the countries participated, especially China and US. China was an observer until the present. In the futures, you will see China participate in copper gold. So one of the things that we did is the bridge to get them together, so that confidence building measure will come up to that. We did one of the things between Thai, US, and Myanmar the last 2 weeks, if you saw on Channel 5. We helped US to get the bridge across to the Myanmar military. That's as an actor of Ministry of Defense. So as I explained here, I'm sure Thailand will benefit from copper gold. So we see security cooperation, we will see the peace and stability in the regions. And I'm sure I can speak English. And I'm sure every copper gold, we have the leader who can make a decision in a copper gold. If the leader of Thai side is not good, the US will put the comments on the paper, send it back to the Thai military. So I was the top of my class he's the top of his class. So we participate in Kobogo. So I'll make sure you, sir, we get benefit from it. Thank you.
Please. Okay. I don't like to waste the time of the forum, but I have some my personal comment, maybe different from the Colonel. Thai sent the troops to the UN peacekeeping mission in Darfur, the country of Republic of Sudan, and now we redeploy, remove the troop from the Africa to the nations. I would say that when you look at the military performance, look at their working, their output. In the country of Sudan, they are the Arabic-speaking country. The Thai troop is one of the 18 infantry battalions deployed. It's just the one non-African Union members country that deployed the mission. So the other 17, they are the African. Most of them use English as the background. But for Thai, maybe it's the very small English, for the simple English. Don't talk about my private or soldiers, zero English maybe. But for the officer, we have some English, simple English up to, and we have some interpreters. But one day, the force commander from the country of Rwanda spoke in a meeting that he prefer all of the 17 battalions, English-speaking countries, English-speaking battalions, to be like a Thai battalion, because their professionalism, good organized, disciplinary, that show as acceptable in the mission. And I remember that the mission asked the UN in New York. So after that, the Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, called to the Prime Minister Yingluck to reconsider about the removing, redeploy of the Thai troops, to reconsider. Unfortunately, finally, we redeployed the troops back to Thailand. So when you look back at 2 years ago, the flood in Bangkok, I think it's many people in Bangkok. I think it's the first one that you help you to the Chulalongkorn University, maybe the mini trucks. Thank you.
Let me say this, Kopago, what I said is this: Thailand should benefit more. You were the exceptional, you will benefit because you speak excellent English. And I used the word speaking English as a metaphor. I'm not looking down on anyone. You are excellent. Oh, Thai has done a great job on peacekeeping. What can I say? But the point here is, you are the exceptional. Thai military need to think, I succeed today. You have spoke out, I'm so happy. Now, with your exceptional experience from Kopago, how many people? We need to have the senior official read the report from the Kopago, that you get the first class, that we know how to use the computer in central command headquarters in Chiang Mai and know what's going on. Excellent. That's what I want. But the problem is, Kopago does not benefit Thailand 100%. We should. That's my point. Well, I'm very happy. You were the exceptional case. You're top of your class. IMED has a. That's why I said IMED is so important. That's why I said Kopago is so important. We need a clone like you in the Thai military. We love it. I think that's very important. Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that there has been tremendous change in Thailand, and I came the first time in 1986. Thailand today is now considered an upper middle income country, and we know that in many ways, as one of my colleagues said to me one time, there's a question about whether you'd really consider Thailand a developing country anymore, and that was 15 years ago. And I thought, wow, that's just a different way to think about Thailand. But when you become an upper middle income country, whether you're the United States in the 1890s, as emerged as a great power, or Thailand today, you have to think about the way you do things and maybe change some of those ways of doing things. And I think IMET might be a good example, and I know this from having worked at the Army War College. Yes, the United States can provide funding for IMET, but it's also true that many countries pay for their students to attend senior service colleges and other training. So the question then becomes, at what point does Thailand begin to think about different ways of obtaining the results that it wants in its relationship, not only with the United States, but with other countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take that as the last comment. Please join me in thanking the speakers, and thank you for coming.